and in the Caribbean, St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John. This is your host, Mary Moyhan, back with you. Had to run off for a short time, do my duties with the Board of Education. I'll bring you up to date on that in a minute, but I do want to make a couple um, notices that I am aware of for those of you out there listening, so that you can take note if you want to participate. And that is first and foremost the 23rd, which is next Thursday. There'll be the GRS Board of Trustees meeting at 9:30. So far, it exists, so I guess suppose it will be happening on that same 23rd, next Thursday. There will be a meeting of the Board of Election at 10 a.m. Okay, so it's the GRS Board of Trustees, 9:30, the election board at 10 a.m. Those are two very important meetings that the public need to keep track of and be aware of. Okay, now I know everyone is distracted today, running, hustling, because it is tax day and you got to get that paperwork in before midnight. Yes, so get it done, folks. Get it done. I don't know if there's still assistance at the bureau, the tax bureau, because they were giving assistance over the weekend and whatnot. We thank them for that. Okay. I now will need to give you a few updates where this program is concerned. I'm expecting Mr. Randall Knight this afternoon to come and give us whatever information there is concerning Dr. James track. Hope it's good. I don't know, but we'll find out soon when Mr. Randall Chuck Knight comes in here, representing the Association for the Executive Officers who are otherwise occupied and can't make it. But you all know Mr. Knight is up to date and stuff, so whatever is happening, he will be able to let us know. So that will be later on in the program today. Um, I thank you. I have to give thanks to my brother for holding the fort down for me while I took care of Board of Education matters. What we did is we went, there was the National School Board Association Conference. Um, and this is for National School Board. This involves all 50 states and the territory, which, as I understand, presently is only the Virgin Islands, presently, okay, as members of the National School Board Association. So we went to San Antonio, Texas. Um, these conferences are important because this is where you get information, you network, meet people, find out sometimes similar situations exist, and you get different ideas of how to approach, different ideas of different examples of policies that can be used to address issues, those type of things. So it is important to be available to attend that conference. And as I said, that was the National School Board Association, and we it was held in San Antonio, Texas. We had representatives from St. Croix. There were three members, uh, Hendricks, Joseph, and myself, representing St. Thomas, St. John district. We had just two members. That is our St. John at Large member, um, member Kagan, and then the St. Thomas member, the chair. member Howard. Okay, so we all went to San Antonio. They are like all day, every day, and this is like from Friday. Sorry, no, it begins with registration on the Friday, and they're all day, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. They're just concurrent sessions running all day from about like 8 o'clock in the morning till like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And it's a matter of you as a member just looking at what is being offered and select what you want to attend, according to your interest or whatever. So it's quite, as I said, quite informative and really a way of finding out what's happening all over the states as well as what is happening in DC. As a matter of fact, they announced already that the NSBA conference in 2027 is going to be in DC. Okay, so that was really happening. Was a great time, very informative. Definitely had a lot of information that was relevant. Um, One thing that was a trend throughout the conference is that don't give your children those iPhones. It has studies has shown and come to find out that um, they damage the development of the brain, and what happens is it becomes an addiction that is destructive, and that really leads sometimes to situations of bullying, depression, all kinds of emotional, mental, and social challenges. So the whole trend throughout whatever presentation there was, I don't think I heard not one person that said that the iPhones are a good thing. They did say that really, if it's a situation where educators want to use them in a classroom, it should be definitely tailored and controlled to whatever the subject matter is. But nobody recommends having um, iPhones, period. Just a regular phone is good, and it should really not happen until you're talking about high school students. So, those of you who are out there already giving your elementary, junior high student a phone, not a good thing. Okay. We heard problems from different people of children who can't write. Okay, because with a phone, folks, all you're using are those two thumbs with the texting. And if you don't have handwriting as part of the school curriculum, yes, there is a problem now that we're educating young children who cannot write cursive. They can't write. Okay, so that is part of the problem. There's also a problem where there is no communication. Okay, and I'm talking about communication, connection, socializing one on one, because everyone and the communication is a problem because you cannot sit and talk, and these are problems that challenges that they're finding that are enabled or caused, help to cause by the whole cell phone situation. So, whole thing is, however you can, keep the cell phones away from the children. Okay, um, folks, I want to let you know, and this does not interfere with my um, program in any way. Tomorrow, we're leaving those of us in St. Croix members because we have to do our last round, the final round of school visits this week. And we're leaving in the morning, those of us in St. Croix, to fly to St. Thomas to do some observation at three different schools in St. Thomas. And then we are also going to have participate in a retreat that has to do with trying to um, clean up, upgrade, um, correct the language in Title 17 that applies to the board, but in some cases conflicts and overlaps with the Department of Education. And so we're going to be addressing that and trying to do some changes that we can suggest to the legislature in order to have those corrections. Um, Folks, let me point out as usual, we are now April. Okay. Next month is May, the last month of public school education. And let's remember, the end of May is the close of public school education, right? So, those of you who have children in public school, if you haven't already done so, and I would hope that even if you haven't, if there was a problem, if there is a problem with a child of yours, no matter what grade level they're at, that someone at that school where your child is at should have a long time contacted you and let you know that the child is having some challenges so that you would have had the option to address it on your own with additional um, assistance or support or whatever. Okay, if that doesn't happen for whatever reason, sometimes two things do drop in between the cracks. Please make sure that you make the effort and contact your school, your child, your counselor, the school counselor, and ask, find out, is my child on track for promotion to the next grade? And if not, then definitely look into what support is there in order for you to get for your child. Okay? Uh, it is coming to the end, but that does not mean that it isn't possible for parents, community people to still get involved with the parent organizations at the different public schools. It is important, folks, that we support public education. I'm sure that all of you are aware that our President Trump is trying to eliminate the Department of Education. Folks, everyone who has any analytical skills or sense of comprehension knows and must affirm that a public school education, that education, let me put that way, okay, whether it's public school or private school, education is the most important foundation, okay, to building a successful life. It is not just, a slight saying, it is a fact that knowledge is power. And what is up to is that the individual to use the knowledge to then acquire the power. But knowledge is power, regardless of how we. I always tell people if someone is sharing information, Okay, especially sharing information that has no cost. Okay, and you have the availability to make use of that to go and get that information. Go get it. Okay, while it might not at the minute, at the time, seeing that the information may be applicable to your life at the time, the future will tell that there are times when we never know that what we know will apply. Okay? So don't turn your back on free information, free education. But definitely, those of you who have children, that within that age of pre kindergarten to 12th grade, make sure that they are taking it serious. Make sure that you explain to them, sit them down, doesn't matter the age, sit them down and make them to understand that what they're learning is important, is necessary in order for them to be productive citizens wherever they might decide to go. Okay? Doesn't matter where you live, what you do, information, knowledge is always applicable. So don't discard it, use it, take advantage of it. Learn whatever you can learn from whomever is sharing the information, accurate information, because we must acknowledge there are some people out there who are providing information, especially on this social media situation, that is totally inaccurate, okay, non fictional. Okay? So we must be careful of the source of the information that you're getting always, and that is one thing with this phone. Yes, you can Google anything to determine if what your source is credited, and that is what is important for you to find out. But folks, at this point, and I have been away, so I don't know if it did take place. But let's remember that the Department of Education did say that they would provide, and I'm speaking specifically of St. Croix now, the information as to who would be in what district, which determines which school facility uh, the child, the student would be attending. I at the schedule, the last that I was aware of, that should be happening already. I guess that it's happening through the parent portal of the different schools because they do have your information, your contact, your communication, as long as your child is in the public school system. Make sure that you read it over, understand it, know exactly the reason for it, and hey, question it if you have a concern. Question it. There's nothing wrong in questioning things that are provided by the government. Okay? It is your right to question whatever education is concerned. This summer, there's supposedly going to be a lot of construction going on in both districts. Okay, because there is the demolition of Charlotte Amalie High School, the buildings that are happening, um, and the same situation is to be begin at the St. Croix Central High School. beginning with the old gym, okay? Because in each district, the plan is, as they have put forth, that they would start at a certain area, demolition, so as not to interfere, that school can continue in an opposite direction. And then as things are demolished and new construction takes place, things are shifted accordingly. So there is no way in which the education of the children is interrupted, right? So we do hope that that goes as planned, so that everyone, um, all the children get what they're supposed to get. Okay, uh, folks, I am looking, as I said, let me repeat that Randall Chook Knight will be here in maybe another half hour or so to talk about what the horsemen of St. Croix have been told or know so far as to what's happening or going to happen. Hopefully, I don't have not been able to really look over there at the track to see if any work is being done. But hopefully, if not, that it should be happening soon because let's remember the last thing we heard is that there's $5 million that the Department of Recreation, Sports and Recreation, is to be using to begin the work, whatever that is to apply to the Doc Ronald James track. But excuse me, I will leave that to the horsemen to give you the accurate information when Mr. Knight arrives. I just hope that it's good information to leave us all feeling hopeful and pleasant once it, it becomes, um, once we're told. Okay? Um, One other very important information, folks, as of yesterday, really, the Board of Election, the election office is distributing, well, you can go in and pick up your nomination petition papers. Okay? So, any and all of you, and I do hope that it is many, okay? I hope a lot of younger, the millennium people, let's say the millenniums, are going to be trying to get positions, elected positions. Folks, let's make sure you remember there's not only the 37th legislature, there is also, most important, the Board of Election and the Board of Education. Now, to repeat, in the district of St. Croix, I know definitely that there are 3 seats that will be available for election in the Board of Election. 3 positions in the St. Croix district for the Board of Elections. Now, for the Board of Education, there are 2 positions, 2 seats, 2 positions will be available for the Board of Education. Folks, let's make it different this time and have by candidates for these boards. You know, that's always the problem. We complain that nothing changed, but what do you expect to change if only the same people who already are sitting on the board are the candidates? Okay? There must be competition. There must be challenges to have people come with new ideas, new positions, new energy, whatever, if there is to be expected something different. Okay? And this is what we need throughout. Right? That's governor. No, let me begin at the beginning, which is the federal position, which is the delegate to Congress, uh, to the represent House of Representatives. Okay, that is the first position that would be available on a ballot. Then second would be the position of governor and lieutenant governor for the Virgin Islands of the United States. And that seat is totally open because the sitting governor and elected governor, and sorry, um, lieutenant governor, their terms are up. That governor is now cannot run again. Okay, so you have governor and lieutenant governor. The next positions are the seven seats for the District of St. Croix that are available on the 37th legislature. Okay. Now, there is one position that we know definitely that is wide open, and that is because Senator Maurice James did announce previously that she will not be seeking re-election. So that is definitely one seat that is totally open. We will know with the submission of the nomination papers as to how many other seats might be wide open and the problem. And that is because there is the rumor that there are some sitting senators, okay, in the 36th legislature who will be candidates for governor or lieutenant governor. So definitely then their seat would not be for re-election and would be fair game for and any candidates. Okay, so that's the seventh district senators, district representatives for the district of St. Croix. And then naturally, you do have the at large position that is also voted on in the district of St. Croix by the person who resides in St. John but represents all three islands. Okay. Then, as I said, you come to the boards. And folks, let's this year change that situation. Um, the change I'm talking about is that you would have 8,000, 9,000, whatever, of people voting for um, delegate to Congress, for governor and lieutenant governor, for the legislature. And then when you come to the boards of election and education, you just maybe would have a little more than 3,000 people voting. Folks, let's change that. Okay, let's change that in that if you have 10,000 voting, let's have those 10,000 vote across the ballot. So you're voting for the delegate to Congress, you're making a choice there. You're making a choice for governor and lieutenant governor. You're making a choice in the senatorial position. And also then you're making a choice for the boards. Good afternoon and welcome. You're on the air.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes,
Welcome.
You brought up a good thing, and I think I mentioned it before too, um, about the cell phones. A good alternative
Mm.
would be if parents are concerned about being in touch and safety and all that kind of stuff. Is a flip phone. You don't have a lot of distractions of a smartphone. It's cheaper. And so if a parent is truly concerned about safety and that kind of stuff and being able to be in touch, then they really don't have an argument against
And
one.
it's definitely cheaper, right?
Exactly.
The phone
And
itself
the
as
child,
well as the service?
yeah. Well, no,
Okay.
no, the service I think would be this. The service, that's a good question.
No, there is a that because there is a flip phone
You're doing,
thing that I think you
you're
could get
doing
for
that.
like $30 a month or something. So
Yeah, it seems like it would be cheaper because you're not going to be using as much bandwidth and that kind of stuff. So it seems like it should be cheap. The service too should be cheaper. So really, the parent wouldn't have an argument if that's what they're concerned about.
right.
And that way also to text on that, you can text, but it requires a more effort.
Hmm.
So they won't be using that, and you can't go on social media with that.
Right.
So yeah, so a lot of the issues that come about with the only thing that would still be problematic is you can take pictures. And as I said, that pictures and recordings can increase bullying. That if in the old days, if a student said something or did something, only, especially saying something, only the, three people around them hear it. And then they have to remember what they say and then to tell others. But now with the smartphones, they can record it or take a video.
Hmm.
And now that can be distributed to hundreds of people. And so, and we know young people don't really think before they talk. They don't have the experience and whatnot. So they will prone to say things out loud that they probably shouldn't. Probably should keep to themselves.
Well,
But now,
let me point out that I am going to at our next board meeting. I want to propose for the board members to do a donation to the our four high schools of 50 what they call cellular phone what they call them cellular phone hangers, I think it is, or whatever.
yeah,
Okay, that they have like little pockets. It's
right. I know about them.
Yeah.
The students find ways of it. There've been reports about it.
No. Hold on. The proposal I'm looking to do is to have each school each high school be given 50 of them because they're going to be permanently placed in the major subject classrooms like English, math, social studies, science, or whatever. And if it runs over, that you can put it in others because it's been working. It's been working that when you go in, when the child enters the classroom, they put the phone, the cellular phone, in a pocket, and in the pocket there is.
I'm quite familiar with it.
Well, I'm saying it for the listen. I'm saying it for the listening audience. Okay, that they would put the phone in a pocket, and the pocket has the identical number that coincides with the number of the pocket. So they put in the phone and they take out the number, and then when the class is over, they'll return the number and then take back the phone. That way, because they said studies have shown that 80% of the children are less distracted and they take more notes in the class when they don't have the phone with them.
Right. And so there's no argument about not having the phone with them, and that is a better situation. But the thing is, students find ways around the same thing that you're talking about. What they do is they bring in old phones that don't work. They put that in the pouch and they keep their cell phone. And so they still have access to their cell phone. And just about everybody has an old phone.
Well,
So so it is, and they say that those pouches are also expensive, and schools have complained about the amount of money that goes into them having this, and then the students just find a way around it, an easy way around it. So I think the flip having them only allow flip phones is the best policy. It's, I said the parents can't argue against it. They have access in case of emergency if they have to, or the child is going home on a bus or whatever the situation is. It addresses the parents' concerns and it keeps the distraction out of the classroom and the possible bullying to a minimum. And so that is the thing that I see can work. All the other stuff that I've heard, they're not that effective, and some of them, like the pouches, are very expensive. The companies that make them and stuff, they don't make them cheaply. I'm sure they're turning quite a profit on it. You would think that they wouldn't be that much of that expensive, but what's been reported is they are.
well,
They are
I
quite
did
expensive.
I did look up on Amazon and I didn't see that expense that you're referring to for the um
Yeah.
so
Oh, this was coming from school administrators, so I don't know. They didn't go into the details, but they were saying that the expense was not worth worth it because that the students find ways around, and that they were putting out quite a bit of money buying these things.
well, as I maybe they're thinking of buying for every single. As I said, my proposal is to just have each high school have about 50
Right.
because I'm thinking about 50 would cover your major um, class courses. As I said, English, Math, Science, Social Studies, um, where you want to make sure to get rid of the distractions.
Right. But as I said, there's an easy way for the students to get around it. And I'm sure all of them have old ones, their parents or
What
whatever, do
they
old ones. And
Well,
so
I
they
have
won't
I
push it
have
to
hope and faith that there a majority of our children want to learn and would not go to that extent to just
Yeah, if
sabotage
they
it.
want to learn though, they wouldn't mess with their cell phone. They would leave it in their bag or their pocket, and they would be engaged in whatever is happening in the classroom. So for those students, whether they have a smartphone or not, it's nothing to them because they know they want to learn. The teacher's teaching, or that there is some activity going on, and so they will do the activity and won't be on there. But the problem comes in is the ones that are kind of on the fence about learning. They're not engaged as much, and so they can be easily distracted by the cell phone being there. But so like my children went to school with cell phones, but they didn't mess with them because they wanted to learn, and they knew they had to learn because they couldn't come home to their mother and my house not learn.
And
So cell phone, it could be anything. You could have a clown in the classroom doing stuff, and they would still pay attention to what they have to pay attention to.
all
But
right,
it's the ones that
I have
on
to
the
hold
fence,
you
but
there.
they kind of interested in learning, but they're also interested in playing a lot.
I have to hold you there because my guest is here so that we can
Okay,
learn
great.
about what's happening with the Randall James racetrack.
Right,
But thanks for the call and the
right.
information. Thank you.
No problem.
And folks, I am thrilled and definitely pleased to have in studio with me Mr. Randall Chuk Knight, who is going to bring us up to date on what he knows concerning what's happening with the Randall James racetrack. Welcome, Joe. Thanks for
Good
coming.
afternoon, Miss Mohead, the listening audience,
Hey, you go to
and to the people that listening on island or whatever, wherever they are. Miss Mohead, you can ask for the president to come in, but he's busy doing some work, and you know, the vice president he is at work, so he don't want to take time off to come in. So they asked me if I could come in and explain. I was trying to get in touch with Mr. Harold Abel
for sports and
from Sports
recreation.
Parks and Rec
Yes,
that he could have come with me,
that would
but
have been good.
I didn't get in touch with him.
Okay.
So uh, I still came to give the information that I have that
Right.
because I've been listening to Sinclair Williams and I heard a lot of misinformation
Mhm.
being given by Hasman. And I'm glad that Mr. Williams corrected him because he's saying that the Hasman them got it $5 million and the Hasman them ain't doing this and the Hasman them doing that. Hasman don't have no money for the
No,
government.
well, that has to be someone who didn't pay attention to the Senate hearing.
Well, sometimes they used to get upset when Mr. Thomas say, send the houses and leave the men home,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And we got upset. But over the time, we get to realize that we have a few of them kind among us. So I'm glad that Mr. Williams told him it's a process.
Hmm.
The money just don't come like that, and it don't come to the husband. And the husband have no money
Hmm.
that belongs to the government. What is being done right now? I spoke with Mr. Abel last week, and he told me that him and Mr. Larry Richards, they was waiting for the bids to come from property and procurement. They were sending them there to the bids them go out to the do work.
For the benefit of the listening audience, just please tell us who is Larry Richards, what's his position or
Larry Richards is
involvement
he works with disaster and recovery and is overseeing
in ODR, or even with
ODR.
Miss Actolan.
Yes, and
Okay,
he's overseeing the construction and the bidding and these things
okay.
go out. And right now, they are working to get two set of contractors,
Mhm.
one for the surface and one for the stables,
Okay.
that they could get all of them things done at once, you know. So Mr. Abel told me that as that is done, he told me they would be ready to get things going and start to move to get the stable areas. They went to public work the other day and they was getting the finalization of the stable area and these things, you know. So, like
But and
Miss Betty,
just to clarify again for the listening audience, because I don't want people to think that we're talking about rebuilding the stable area. We're talking about upgrading the
refurbishing,
of okay, refurbishing the
doing the
stables.
electrical over,
Right.
the plumbing,
Okay. Yes.
upgrading the doors and the inside of the stables and
Right.
stuff like that. Now, as everybody might pass and see that it has a new roof on, but the roof wasn't put on properly.
Okay.
Okay, the galvanizing didn't lap correctly.
Okay.
So when it rains,
It's still
you
leaking.
want to know if you are in a dry weather house or a house that going to be safe, that
Yeah.
nothing can be wet. You know, but right now with those roofs, they are dry weather house. That's when the rain comes. The stable is full of water,
Oh,
you know. So all of that would be done
corrected.
and they fixing and cleaning up the place and stuff like that.
Mm.
You know, so uh,
So, and again, for the benefit of the listening audience, if you get two contractors, one to deal with the track and one to deal with the stables, then what you have is that things would finish at the same time, that the horsemen could house the horses in the stable while they use the track for the training. And it, yeah.
you know, so like we were speaking to them and they assure us that by next month we should see some kind of work being started.
Okay.
And people need to stop have the idea that husband have the 5 million. We don't.
No, it's with the Department
It's with the
of
Department
Sports
of
and
Sports, Parks,
Recreation.
and Rec.
Yes, and that is what would cover those two contracts that
Yes. And
you're
they will
speaking of.
try to
Yes,
see what else
it
would
could
be
cover.
able to cover.
Right.
You
Okay.
know, but
But definitely they do expect it to cover the track and the
and the
stables.
surface, yes.
Okay.
Now, uh, we have interested parties that has sent proposal,
Mm.
and Miss Mohed, you know, St. Croix have dealt with promoters in three prior time. We had three prior promoters, which was Borco,
Mm.
uh, Chasco, who was to have VIGL, which never came to fruition,
Mm.
and we have one that is interested. But we are not hungry.
Mhm.
It's been 8 years, going to 9,
Mhm.
that we are without racing.
Mhm.
And if they think we are going to just, because they come in with this or come in with that, we're going to jump down, it's not going to be so. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
You're going to have to honor the live racing agreement, the franchise agreement,
Mhm.
and all these agreements that has to be put in place.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah.
all these things are going got to be put in place.
Mhm.
You know, because we have we have to represent the people them that vote for us
Mhm.
and make sure we get the best deal that is going to be best for St. Croix.
Definitely.
You know, the husband then met with the governor and his team, and when they came from that meeting, they wasn't pleased.
Mm.
You know, because here it is, we got 4 individuals sitting in that room, have no knowledge concerning horse race,
Mhm.
but they is bringing information what is going to fly here in St. Croix.
Mhm.
Because, like you know and I know, it's gonna take time, and the group that are interested in coming here
Mhm.
are Southland.
Mhm.
They are interested in coming. And like I said to the guy that handled it, and I said to senators, we are not, we are not going to accept no foolishness.
Mm.
It have to be beneficial to the husband
Mhm.
and the people of St. Croix.
Mhm.
Okay? Now, they have an agreement where they is telling us they will build out the track,
Mhm.
right? They will build out the track. Because this hearing is supposed to be taking place next week. The bill is supposed to be coming down.
Okay.
And I hope and pray because the president, like you know, all of them is away to well, I think they're going for the
Sea trade.
sea trade.
Uh-huh.
So I think today is the last day or tomorrow. Tomorrow is the last day.
Probably, yeah.
And then they will be back because the president would like for him and the vice president and the board to sit with the senators
Mhm.
and update the senators in both districts
Mhm. Before the hearing.
before the hearing
Mhm.
that they could understand
Mhm.
the some of what's idea can't fly with us in St. Croix.
Mhm.
We will not accept that.
Mhm.
You know, I can't go into too much details when you know when negotiating. You
Mhm.
got to know where to talk and when not to talk.
Yeah.
But they got some things that ain't gonna fly.
Well, in my personal thing, once you said the name Southland Gaming, I immediately have a problem because Southland Gaming, to me, all that triggers is VLT. And I know Southland Gaming has been for decades, and I say decades because I remember when they tried to get people like Lon Dawson and the gentleman from 2+2 and other people that had these, establishment to push for them to be able to come to St. Croix with their VLTs because, and folks listening, Southland Gaming, and this is my personal opinion as I see it, just want to increase their volume of consumers for the VLT in order to make more money off those machines. But the problem is, I don't see that we should accept any gaming situation that has no regulations whatsoever and just decides what they think the government should get, and the government has no idea, no control of these machines. And as
Well,
far as I
Ms.
see it,
Mohammed, let me stop you.
yeah,
Do you know that all the gamings will be under one umbrella?
I
And
I
it's
know
going
that
to
that
be,
is something
it's going
that
to
has
be,
been spoken
it's
of.
going to be very soon.
Well, if that happens, fine.
Where all of the gaming is going to be under one
But
umbrella.
but still, even if it's under one, the devil is in the details. Because saying it's under one does not mean that the regulation is the same throughout. So it is a matter of when that comes, if it comes, seeing the details. That's what is important.
And you know why I saying we would like to meet with senators that all of them, the whole 15 of them, could hear the husbandman and the position of the husbandman. You know, because you know and I know that what will take place. And we, the St. Croix husband, we know we have to have a franchise and a live racing agreement.
Mhm.
And we know what needs to be done. And we are not going to accept less, not less.
Yeah, I,
You know?
I can support that. I
So
see no reason why you should. The facility, the potential with the land that St. Croix has as a track is just enormous.
exactly. Anything
Okay?
could be done there.
Exactly.
And like, you know, the guys that went to the meeting, I didn't go.
Mm.
As one time when we had a meeting in Government House, when I was going to Government House to
You
go in.
believe that?
No, I didn't behave bad. I was on my way to go in.
Uh-huh.
And when I reached the gate to enter, they told me it came from higher up. I can't enter.
Oh, wow.
So my mother always taught me, people do your thing once.
I hear you.
So when they telling me come meet in there, I have never returned
Well,
since.
whoever said that was out of place because
Okay.
government house, as it says, government
It's
how
the
that
people.
exactly.
I know that.
Okay, nobody
But-
is supposed to be.
But I know who in charge, who set it down,
Yeah,
and we was there, and it wasn't a problem to me.
yeah.
As it still ain't a problem to me.
I hear you.
Because now when you want me to come, I won't come.
I hear you.
Because when I come in and you ain't agree
Yeah,
and you get in your feeling
yeah.
and you feel you could get up and walk out like you did,
Mhm,
because if the harassment them had did that to him,
mhm.
you know, talk how disrespectful they
Yeah.
was. You know, he got up and he walked out and said, "Oh, the people, these inquiry people." You know what I mean? That was the respect he gave the harassment representation
Yeah.
when they went to the meeting, because they figure when they say all what they say that it was going to fly.
You're supposed to say
And
thank you. Thank you very
When the
much.
harassment them tell them
Yeah,
that's not going to work, you know, we would rather don't be racing,
yeah,
not dealing with them situation that you are doing. So they was upset, but we had a meeting with Mr. Huckabee himself, and he came and meet with the husband. Then when he met with us, the meeting was very fruitful, and I said to him, the group of us said to him that was there, the 13 of us, said to him
mhm,
that you need to sit with the senators
yeah,
and have a conversation with the senators, or else to make it move faster, let our party sit and have the discussion,
yeah,
because the senators had the meeting with him last Wednesday,
okay,
and it had senators that when they left there, they felt the same way that Hasman felt the Wednesday before,
okay.
you know. And like I said, I spoke about four of them, and I said, look, that's how the Hasman had felt when they left,
Mhm,
because we want to be respected,
mhm,
and don't believe you're just going to throw down something and that's what it is now. We have went through and we know how it goes. You know what I mean? Like I tell people, St. Thomas never had a promoter.
that is true.
So they don't understand the system.
Yeah,
We had promoters, we do,
yeah,
okay? Because the things that is done to the things that are done to St. Thomas as men shouldn't be.
um,
Because by law,
yeah,
they are entitled to their percentage
mhm,
from the St. McCarthy,
yeah,
which they get nothing.
mhm,
And that shouldn't be,
yeah,
And
um,
the president and vice president and the association, like they have been told, they need to take a stand. Get the
yeah,
law, get an attorney, and take a stand. You know what I mean? Here it is. No, you don't have no machines on the track. No, they're supposed to be able to get their percentages where when the promoter put the purse up, they could enhance the purses
mhm,
where they can take and regulate the Jackie situation even better, instead of this Wild West way, where Jackie telling you they want
yeah.
$2,000 and $5,000 and these things. You know what I mean? We don't lose.
Well,
So,
all those things will be controlled by a racing commission
yes.
in agreement
Yes.
with the Husband
Because
Association.
you know now in St. Croix, because you was part of it, first, second, and third place is paid from the purse, and they get their percentages
Mhm,
from the purse, and
yeah,
every jockey after that be paid $100.
mhm,
Okay, now over in St. Thomas ain't that way. A jockey we don't lose run behind it. The less you pay is about $500.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so we want to have things right,
Mm-hmm.
and we want everybody to be pleased
Mm-hmm.
with the decision and the agreement.
Mm-hmm.
If we can reach to one, and we can have one, because like Senator said, that there was the issue we in government house that they ain't flying.
Mm.
And I said to them, I said, you know what we have to be careful of? We have to get the senators on the other side
Mm-hmm.
to understand and see when a promoter coming in, what they have, what entails for them,
Mm-hmm.
you know, because I don't want it happen, and this is my opinion, I don't want it happen like how it happened
Mm-hmm.
over across the waters. And you know, it's election time.
Mm-hmm.
It's election time. I understand the governor say he wants a race before he leaves, like before January 4th. I understand that,
Mm.
you know,
Man.
but things ain't got to move. We in what month now? The fourth month of the year?
Yeah. But nobody can't afford a raise.
You know,
What and how would he want a raise when he was the one that was saying we couldn't afford to raise the minimum, the base salary of the government workers? Yeah.
no,
That was raising to make them to take them from the 20 something thousand
the 30.
to 30, you know, something decent in this time, and he wasn't supporting that, but he
Because
want a raise.
price raising every day.
Thank you.
Price
Yeah.
raising every day.
So really, the 30 something that I went to
Because-
wasn't a big deal.
Because
Yeah.
me and you done a fixed salary.
Yeah,
The only thing that a raise for us to be the social. And
Yeah.
then when that social raise,
yeah,
what it does for us, make us got to pay IRS back a set of money.
exactly.
Okay? They ain't
Exactly.
cutting off, nothing what part helping people who have one steady salary,
Yeah,
you know, but that is another conversation, you
Yeah.
know. So, Peggy,
but I hope
We-
that this husband them hold the ground.
we are not holding ground.
You know,
We are going to hold our ground.
all
What I'm saying, we can hold our ground.
well, hopefully,
And
if
you know-
the senators have seen that the same thing the husband them rejected, they reject, and if they promote the potential don't change their offer, then you know they're not serious. Because there would be a disrespect if two groups tell you what you bring there don't fly, but you insisting instead of adjusting to try to negotiate, do a proper negotiation.
Well, I believe, is my opinion,
Yeah.
I believe that they will adjust. I believe.
Okay. Well, that would be
Because,
good.
you know, he got to realize
Mhm.
when we was in the meeting that the individuals was on top of things,
Mhm.
and the questions them when numbers was flying out, the people them was able to bring back numbers that left him surprised.
He underestimated their understanding.
Yeah, very much so. He stayed surprised
Yeah.
as to what was taking place. You know, make him open his eyes.
Mhm.
You know,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know,
so
right there and then
yeah.
we saw where Ali Louis is taking place.
Okay.
You know, yes, but right now the $5 million in sports bar American, they is getting doing a process to do what I got to do. You know, uh, we will see maybe by next month, and I will see if I could get able to come in and have a conversation with you. I would say that you could get more of an update from sports parks and rec side and Mr. Richard's side as to what's going on and what will be taking place.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I know the
Well, it would be good to know if at least if the RFP, the two RFPs are complete insofar as the narratives.
what
You know.
I think there was about complete because PNP was to put the bids out.
Okay.
As you know, they will have to put the bids
Mm-hmm.
out.
Mm-hmm.
So once they put it out, I thought it was 30 days, but I was told it take 60 to 90 days. So long will it take?
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I thought it was 30 days.
Well,
And someone said to me it could be 60 to 90 days before someone with the bid, before they overlook and take a look at the bid and then award some contractor the bid, you know. But I hope that when they give the contractor the bid, that they have a starting date
yeah.
and an ending date.
Yeah.
And after them dates, if they don't have it complete, they start to pay the government back.
But this is the
Because
thing.
this is the thing
Those
we need
dates can already be part of the scope of work ingrained in the RFP.
so I hope that they make it like that and don't have it big.
Yeah.
They don't have no starting dates or no ending dates, like what we have been dealing with the prior one that we had.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the left us said they're going to Antigua.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, Antigua has the same problem. They did nothing.
Oh wow.
You know, I have a good friend of mine
Yeah.
up in Antigua, and he was up there and he sent some pictures to me. And when he sent the pictures, then he told me, I told you they don't know who they're playing with. I said, well, I don't know what you're talking about. He said, but some bowling and play. As you could see here,
Yeah.
the track is under grass.
Oh my
You see?
goodness. Yeah, that's
then-
similar to what they did here for sure.
And then you could see all the equipment they took from here, the starting gates and all the other parts are
Yeah.
under grass.
Oh,
But
wow.
you know what? What they did here and take them and left. In Antigua, they can't pick them up. You know, they can't pick them up.
Yeah.
The guy from Antigua told me, Ross Albong told him, that's not going to work. That's not going to work.
Yeah.
You are leave, touch nothing. I say, yeah. He said, yeah. He said, that's the difference
Yeah,
between our government
Exactly.
and your government,
Exactly.
you know. And then when you get and you show them these things like I showed you,
Yeah.
they want to know, like, wow, you know, they think that one Caribbean, you don't have friends all over, that
Yeah.
will look out,
Yeah.
you know.
You have
Yeah.
different laws, and the different laws give some. In some cases, the different laws give the country some kind of authority over things. The difference with the law is what makes it a whole different game.
Mhm.
Yeah. So well, but I do hope that and I will follow up to see if I can get able, because it is important to find out if they have dates in the request for proposal,
Yes.
that with the scope of itemizing the scope of work, that as to when, what happens when, because as I see it, I would think that the dates could be in the proposal from now. We don't have to wait till they assign
They give out
because
the contract.
yeah, because they don't have to say, they just say 40 days, 80 days, 3 months, or 6 months, whatever, in that kind of sense. So that to determine how long the work should take,
Mm.
and move on from there because we can't wait forever for them to finish that them stables and get the track going.
But I don't think it will be forever. I think if they get a serious group and get people that know what they are doing, not just want to make money and don't
Yeah.
want to give quality work, it will be done at a good time.
And Aaron, I need to talk to y'all because haven't been having experienced these works happening in the past. Guys, this ain't the first time they're fixing the track. Okay? You all saw what was done and approximately how long to get it done. So you have some idea as to what time frame would be necessary for something to be done and done properly. That
It,
you can suggest, you the husband can suggest, look it, you need to put, this amount of time for this to get done, or whatever.
you know, Peggy, one of the problems we have in the Virgin Islands,
Yeah.
we bring people in to do work,
Uh-huh.
and we don't bring them in to make sure they have the bonding. We
Mm,
give contractors
mm,
work. What we need is to make sure that these contractors have is bonding.
mhm,
We, if they don't complete what they need to complete,
mhm,
the bondholders will be held responsible
uh-huh.
to come forward to get done what these people did.
Yeah.
Because if we had that for the bar park,
Yeah.
our bar park would have been done.
Yeah.
But the big way again,
Mm,
okay?
yeah.
That man sat in the Senate and he didn't give a damn.
Yeah.
Okay, he said December it was going to done.
Yeah.
December coming again.
Yeah.
Okay, but he didn't say which December.
Yeah.
He just said December. Yeah,
Mm. That that power park situation,
and
as far as I can
and
tell.
it don't has nothing to hold him accountable apparently because he just doing as he want.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I am saying we need the people them who come in to look to take these bids.
Hmm.
Property and procurement should look at that they have bandings.
Yeah.
We if they ain't doing what they're supposed to do and they taking too long, the bandits step in and pay to
Hmm.
get it done.
Hmm.
That's why you have to have banding when you have these big
Yeah.
contract job.
Yeah.
Don't you think that's how it should be?
Yeah. Definitely. Definitely.
You know,
And
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 if we
and
hold these contractors responsible,
yeah.
that they has to pay back if
Hmm.
that time come and they ain't done.
Hmm.
We will see better work and they will be more responsible.
But and it shouldn't be a problem for sports parks and recs to tell property and procure this is what we want because they're holding the 5 million.
Yeah,
That is for them to tell PMP, look it, when you're choosing, when you're selecting the contractor, this is what we want.
yeah,
And I think yeah, that you all, whenever you have a conversation, you supposed to. I remember in the hearing, it said that Abel is supposed to talk with the husband them.
yes,
Okay,
which
so if that ain't happened yet, when that happened, that's one of the points you all should make
well
with
he
Abel.
touched bases with the president
Uh,
and he touched bases, so we get to know what going on with him, you know. And Mr. Bates make sure if he don't hear, he call directly to Mr. Richards,
Yeah.
and he find out from Mr. Richards as to what's going on, what's the next move, etc., etc. You know,
Mm.
but the wheel, Peggy, starting to turn slowly,
Yeah.
and I feel if we could come to an agreement, we everyone going to be happy and benefit, right? It could be worked out. But if it ain't coming right, we can stay how we is
Hey, as,
because
as
because
as much as that isn't thing that people want to hear, I agree with that because it's a matter.
well,
Yeah.
they will understand
Yeah.
when it's said and done. Because one thing I stand for, I stand for transparency,
Mm-hmm.
and you ain't going, nobody ain't going to say, well, there's no truck being on that board and here. No, me not allowing foolishness.
Mm-hmm.
You can give the husband them what belongs to the husband them and to the people of St. Croix.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Yeah. That's the way it can be.
Understood. Definitely understood. Well,
Yeah.
well, we hmm, we will have anything. Let in the enthusiasts, the people like Mr. Blackman and all that, who are and myself, Clero, and all of us who want has racing to come back soon to put whatever
Listen,
pressure we need to put
we've been
and
we've been
sports.
trying to do what I got to do.
Well, we go and
We
put and
walking.
yeah, and I'm not pressing the husband. I'm talking about us putting the pressure on the
One part
government.
needs to go, yes.
Yes,
I
the
understand.
sports and recs to make sure that because they're the ones, sports and recs, who is the leading department with this whole situation. They're the ones that have to set up property and procurement, get it moving, do this, do that, do whatever. You understand? So,
Knowledge of what I'm speaking about,
uh
you know, as to the foolishness that going on there, but we can't speak about it right now.
yeah,
But I could let you see, so you have a knowledge of it. You know, and you will agree with us when you read that and read what, because that senators saying that.
well, I will suggest that soon, like you said, and you might be right, they should probably be on their way back from
By Friday,
yeah, that you get a hold of PLA because he is the majority leader for the 36th legislature, as well as Pata being the president. It's between them two, okay, that have the authority to get the 36th legislature to come to a meeting with you all.
that's
So,
what we are asking for, you know.
yeah,
When they get back, we will. Mr. Bates has been reaching out. I don't know how much of them he reach out to who are,
yeah,
because he's doing it by phone and in writing,
yeah,
both way. That, you know what I mean? They have the email, they have everything. We no one can say that I wasn't notified, but they know that
yeah,
we could have all parties, you know, because after last Wednesday meeting, you know, I met a couple of them Thursday, and they told me, Chuck, I ain't flying. I said, well, you all felt the same way
yeah,
when Mr. Bates and Mr. Knight came out from Government House, you know.
yeah,
And then I got a call and I gave the phone to my son. And he and Bates and the individual had a three-way, and he came and we had a very fruitful meeting,
yeah,
which he get to realize he ain't dealing with no idiots. He have to come right and do
yeah,
what needs to be done. Otherwise, you know, and like I said, this office is being done The stables is being done. The commission then could just put out RFPs.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I know horse racing right now throughout the continental of the United States
Mm-hmm.
is getting a little heavy. But when racing are involved,
Mm-hmm.
you know, which, like I said, and I will say it here publicly, we has to get away from, you have to have a hotel.
Mm-hmm.
We need to put it, you come in, you can come under the umbrella, whatever,
Yes, you know.
you can be able to honor the live racing agreement where you pay the husband them 100,000 for race day,
Mm-hmm.
you honor the other part of it and the franchise agreement. And you build out the grandstand and your casino rooms and whatever, the concessions and everything. And let's go from there, you know,
Yeah.
because you can complain about what you got to spend, but after your fifth, sixth year, when you start to make,
Mm-hmm.
you may have a complaint.
Yeah.
And that's why everybody have to be getting a decent percentage. Where when you start to make your millions,
Mm-hmm.
all of the other party are satisfied.
Yeah. And what
Okay?
you know, what people have to admit to themselves, and I say admit to themselves because there are a lot of people who have been connected with horse races for decades, Joe, but they will not admit to themselves the potential that we have here in St. Croix with that track.
Well, you see, Peggy, our track have been extended to be a mile track,
Yeah,
which make it qualify
yeah,
to run Caribbean Classic
yeah,
and these kind of things.
yeah.
But you know, people that get upset when you speak about it and when you hear it. The prior group that was coming, that was being the promoter, they came here, the last set who took over. When they did the extension, Peggy, when we went down there, we told the one contractor, you are not building a highway, you are building a track, got tilt.
Mm-hmm.
You got to got tilt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You got to got tilt. And you got to got tilt. And with that, he built it like he was building a highway. He built it like he was building a highway.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he built it like he was building a highway. So now, when the equine people came, right,
Yeah.
and the equine people started to do the compaction test, the heights of the rail, and all these things, they were not in compliance.
Uh-huh.
So therefore, here it is. We have to come. We have to raise the rail to the right dimension.
Mm-hmm.
A good part of what was put down have to be taken up. It was some big stones put down, plus road. Okay? It was a big stone, plus there was road.
Mm-hmm.
That, you know, when you drive a pickaxe supposed to go in. When they drove the pickaxe down in that surface, you know, the pickaxe was just bouncing up the water. You know.
What is this?
So the equine man said,
You're looking to kill them?
the equine man said, a lot of hearts would have been broken down,
Exactly.
and everybody would have wanted to know why
Yeah.
why the houses are broken down.
Mm.
You know, so
Not realizing as
not
because
realizing
they packed the track wrong.
the compaction was too hard. It had no thing. So they have to take up all of that
Yeah.
to pick that up and put
Yeah.
in new ones, you know. And
Yeah.
that might be about, I will say maybe about 4 furlong of the track,
Wow.
you know. And then they raise them, and then certain part of the track, the turns are more narrow. It needs to open back up.
Yeah.
So a lot of things that has been done
Mm-hmm.
was done
Right.
incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
That
And
needs
now
to
have
be
to be
corrected,
corrected. Yeah, definitely.
you know.
Definitely.
So when they get in on the radio and they talking all this foolishness,
Yeah.
and then people calling me, oh, Mr. William, you know that young man, right? He needs to get his information correct
Mhm.
and go and see before he come to the public
Yeah.
and talk foolishness, because that's what he talks, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all of that has to be done.
Yeah.
All of that is in the school power.
And like you say, you all have to demand the quality.
Exactly. Because when they brought those people in to do the work, I think, I ain't sure at all, I think it's about 35 to 40,000. They
Mm.
have to pay them equal people to
Wow.
come in and do everything
Yeah.
from the stables, everything where they told us, the husband, and our ski, that
And
everywhere
all
you
that
go,
information, Department of Parks and Recreation have.
yes,
Okay.
because like he said, the end of every barn,
Uh,
and I see that in Gulfstream, there has the hose in case of anything, they got the hydrant, whether
okay.
in fire or anything, they
Uh-huh.
have thing, we only got hose on the ground. They got the power hose like how the fire truck got,
Yeah.
and thing where you could pull out and wet down the out
Okay.
things, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And still got fire extinguisher, all of that they put into it, and a lot more,
Yeah.
you know. But we was grateful that we could get them here to get that done,
Yeah.
you know.
And we got to press to make sure
And
those things are done.
exactly,
Karim, remember, Chuck, decades back when we had the association and we're talking about in the future having uh, um, international Caribbean
yes,
where the horses would come and you would have a section for them to
the quarantine.
quarantine because they just coming across the road.
They have the quarantines,
Yeah,
and they have a receiving back
right.
for horses that
Yeah.
don't care and they racetrack.
And all that is still in the future.
Well,
All right.
all of that is being implemented. That
Okay.
we will like this be done,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
and
Because that's the potential of that truck.
yeah,
And they might as well work in that trend,
yeah.
you know.
But everything, you know, at first you'll be a little stubborn. Oh, they can do it this way. They greedy for horse racing. We're not.
I hear you.
You're going to do right. We are going to do right
Yeah.
by the husband and for the people of St. Croix.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, we are not. We are not living in like
No. Well, hey, like you said, we done spend 8 years waiting.
that.
Hey, you know, we definitely gonna make sure that when it's done
But
to the best.
you know, I like to use this phrase.
What's that?
Don't let's look at the small picture. Let's look at the big
Big
picture.
picture. Exactly.
Because, like I asked several husbands who was there having a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
If we accept this and we accept that, where is the growth
Mm-hmm.
that we
Exactly.
had?
Exactly.
Because we know when Dr. Nigeta and Ruben Robert took over and built the racetrack that we had.
Yeah.
You know our grandson what 2x6
Yes.
with the galvanized,
Yes.
and then we get this big grandstand.
Uh-huh.
So now, how was we going to go back
That's
to a
one
1200 seating
you understand?
grandstand?
That's ridiculous.
You know, and I keep telling people, and I tell our husband that up to a couple nights ago,
Yeah.
up to last week, Friday, a couple nights ago. You always sit in the betting parlor
Mhm.
and you always talk a lot of BS.
Yeah.
You will stay on the corner, you will stay by the shanty, you will stay all over by the
Yeah.
bars. But tell you all come to a meeting
Mhm.
to voice your opinion or stand up.
Yeah.
You have been in it. How much of them come?
Yeah.
But they got the most to say.
Yeah.
You know, I remember that day when Bobo Bates came, tell me jump in the truck. I said, where we going? He said, let's jump in, we going. And I said, Bobo, driving. When we reach to UVI.
Yeah.
When we reach into UVI, we found about 3 more husbands there. We find 5, you know, the house Ali.
Yeah. Yeah.
We end up to CCM.
Yeah. I heard about it after the fact. Yeah.
And when we was there, Mr. Rajas, who built the racetrack, everybody was there. And these guys couldn't believe what was being said when they told us to accept
Mhm.
the 1200 sitting grandstand.
Mhm.
And we tell them no, we ain't start. We are at 35 sitting. Where is the growth?
Mhm.
So now we ain't sit for 8 years. I said that to say this. We ain't sit for 8 years.
Yeah.
And when that we finally get some, we ain't see growth with it. No, growth have to be with it.
Yeah.
You
Definitely.
have to see something better.
Definitely.
When you look at St. Thomas, you saw growth.
Yeah.
When you look at the grandstand, you see
Yeah.
growth.
Yeah.
You look at the stables, you see growth.
Yeah. Now we definitely got a space
Pace.
for the
So
growth.
that is my thing. We have to see growth.
Yeah. I agree. That's a definitely. That's a position definitely to be
Because
supported.
all of us know. All of us know.
Yeah.
And we saw how the people them used to be lined up down on the racetrack
Yeah.
to go plant 38 machines.
Mm.
Now imagine you could get 200 max.
Yeah.
People ain't got to wait. I remember people leaving the hotel early, go check in and being in the St. McCarthy room
Yeah.
and the Racino playing, waiting for the flights. Instead of going and sitting down in the waiting room.
Yeah.
Okay? Come on, let's see the growth. Don't you think that's what we need to see?
Definitely. I agree with you.
But some people, you hear them talk, and sometimes when you sit and you watch them, you don't wonder if they ever travel out to see how out in the world.
And that's a big part of the
You know?
problem. They haven't.
And like the other day, Rashidi was doing an interview with the Cadrington and Shakuma. And Shakuma told him, I would love to see a track home. We need a track home.
Mhm.
It's our culture, everything. He said, but you know what all of us need to know? Out here, everything is time. And we need to learn that way.
Mhm.
I was so glad to hear him say that. So glad.
Mhm.
Because sometimes, that's my personal friend, my boy. Sometimes I used to want to know what he did with, but now he been out there before he got back out there and get to realize this the real world and this how it is.
Yeah.
And if we can do it, let's do it the real way.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I asked them if they come home, he said if they can be real. They will think about coming here.
Yeah.
They got trainers was giving them horses that have millions of dollars.
Mhm.
They will give them horses to come here.
Yeah.
But it has to be done the correct and the
Right.
proper way.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And the commissions them have to do their job.
Yeah.
Things have to be implemented. You know what I mean? You go to a racetrack, you're looking for anything that has to do with racing. The office is at the track.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anything. If you are registered, if you want to license your house,
Yeah.
whatever. Everything is right there. You
Yeah.
know? So I would love to see the growth.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see. And I know everybody else would love to see the growth and see
Mhm.
something better than what we have.
Well, stick to that choke. Don't back down.
Well, I am backing down. Well, I is only one, but again, keep putting it and around the
Yeah.
individuals and that are there, they feel the same way. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we ain't settling for less. You ain't gonna come and make new money
Mm-hmm.
and then think you can just give away peanuts. No.
I hear you.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Well, they realize, if nothing else, now they realize they're dealing with a different class of horse owners,
Exactly.
because horse owners, I've always said, horse owners, remember when they so horse owners are business people. The,
That's
the
right.
regular man doesn't understand that, don't get that, but if they're a business
That's right.
people.
That's right. This time of the year, I like today, you better get everything in place to go and see them. Because when you done run your house, they give you YB or 1099.
Yeah.
And when you work and you make, you got to cut that in there too. You know? And
Yeah.
you better got your feed bill,
Yeah.
your vet bill. And you see, some of the guys them that choose horse, they get offended. They want to eat big.
Mm-hmm.
They want to make all the money.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't understand at the end of the year, you have to face the tax, man.
Yeah.
And they walk away free.
Yeah.
So when you ask for receipt, you
Mm-hmm.
get offended.
Yeah.
But these is things that are going to help you to reduce
Exactly.
your pain.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you win in and you have your pulses and them pulses add up, when them pulses add up,
Yeah.
I would think you got to got something to show.
Yeah.
You know, and that's why I keep telling them. We, the husband, agriculture is giving percentage from the horse racing. What does agriculture does for the husband? Nothing. The horse races, the horse race belongs in agriculture, yes,
Yeah.
not sports park. But when dry time comes, you know what they tell you there when you go buy beer and so? If you don't have a farmer license, you can't get no beer. But they getting a percentage from us, you see.
And by getting a percentage, with all the land they have, they should have an area that, like now, when the stables and things are unavailable, and somebody don't have a thing, a resident or farmer, that they can provide for someone to keep their horse,
But
at least in
we
a
got
grass
we,
area.
we got so
Yeah.
much land, like you say. We got all back there by what did be back there? Where they cut, where they build. They could build them grass and got them there. They got bills coming from Puerto Rico, selling for $180.
Yeah.
We shouldn't have that in place here, and we have properties that could do
Yeah.
that.
And we used
And
to do it
then-
a long time ago,
Then we
right?
got to hear, oh, we ain't got the part, we ain't got this.
For the
You know what I
machine.
mean? Imagine, agriculture farmer was speaking with me last week. He said the time coming where they need the molasses.
Yeah.
But he said he couldn't believe when he said it to me. I watch it, I said, stop. You ain't for you. He told me the tire for the tank that the whole in molasses need to change.
Uh-huh.
I said, that simple problem. And Peggy, when you look at it, everything come down around here in the Virgin Island to maintenance. Things don't be maintained.
Yeah.
And who is responsible for that? They should be able to get a voucher to go to get a tire. But then again, the government owe everybody.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Hold it out there with you. Good afternoon and welcome. You're on the air.
Good afternoon, Peggy Sue. Welcome back.
Thank you.
I know you have been doing some traveling and training, and I'm sure you got a full report
Well,
in regards to.
you missed some of it. You missed some of it earlier. Yeah, but right now we're hearing from Mr. Randall Knight, who is giving us the report on the behalf of the House Owners Association
Okay.
concerning our track that we still waiting and hoping and looking for the Randall James track there. So that's what we're talking about because we realize we have great potential sitting here on the south side with this Randall James track, and we just want to make sure that the people that they're dealing with realize that.
All right. Okay. Well, let me say something to him with regards racetrack and horses. You there?
He hearing you. He's sitting right there. He's hearing you.
Oh, okay. Tell me something. So, are you familiar with the racetrack in the BVI in Tola?
Yes.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay. So then you know that the name was in recent time changed to
Ellis Thomas.
Thomas Downs, and he's on a big white house. You know that that's my cousin.
You're telling me now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just for the entire public that maybe don't know. The racetrack in Totola is on a property that's called Nids Estate. As a matter of fact, the entire Seacoast Bay original name was Nids Estate and in Nids Estate. I say all of that to say I know a lot about horse racing. My family in the past, from beginning with my mother and them that used to ride mule and donkey to school in Totola. And I had some uncles to include uncles and cousins to include Ellis Thomas, that the track is named after, that have thoroughbred horses. I myself found myself with a couple of dollars in my pocket, and it was around the time that expectation was up and going. I attempted to purchase 3 thoroughbred horses, thinking that it would make sense to have one in the BVI, one in St. Croix, and one on St. Thomas. It was my friend Alvin Burke, who, God rest him, who knows, and had horses himself back in the day, told me that don't make sense. Just do like what we do with expectation, move the horse to all tracks. You agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, so, I mean, again, I say all of that to say I myself did not evolve into a bigger person in horse racing because of my mom. I used to canter
horses and exercise them, but my mom never wanted me to ride in a race. She always say, that's a heavy animal, it's moving fast, and if you and or that animal was to fall, it could be lights out and you're paralyzed forever. However, I want to congratulate you and all the other halfmen that keeping this thing going. And I'll close by saying this. For God's sake, you have put some fire under the governor and then backside to get the thing right track finished. It's more than high time. Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
right, Ed. Thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
I do hope that you all get your meeting with the senators as soon as they return. I well, I will put in my 2 cents with my good friend Mr. Cortiele to encourage him to help y'all get that meeting done because, like I said, I never own a horse, but I definitely enjoy horse races. Have all my life. Um, even got to the point, as you know, was involved with the association, taking the blues from the horsemen them, and I want to be able to encourage that the track, I think, great track come. But like you, I don't want just any and anything.
Not anything
Okay,
at all.
I
For all the
definitely,
years we sat and we wait, we got to see growth.
yeah, I agree with you totally where that is concerned.
We got to say something. And when I say growth, something that is state of the art and
Yeah,
better than what we had there.
yeah.
Yes, we had a
And
good
and like you
quality.
say, even insofar as the facilities, because I, yes, because of my friendship with Betty Wilson, I've been in the year when the commission squeezing and the employed at the next side dealing with the licensing and one all in one room. So I agree with you. Yes, I just keep saying we have the land to build whatever is needed in a proper quality as racetrack.
Exactly.
And I agree with you
And
totally. It needs to
what
happen.
make it that they have to be even more quality,
Yeah.
we have to remember
Mhm.
who is at the sea front.
Yes.
So
Yes.
that's where the quality work can
Yes.
come in.
Yes.
Because
That's the
imagine
last.
that them stables down there
Yeah.
was built back in 1980 something.
Yeah.
Mr. Rogers and his crew did a hell of a job. And I remember him speaking with us on the corner. He said, fellas, I had a quarrel with me, but in tell you, if they taking half the roof, let it go up in Antigua to Anderson
Mhm.
and get the galvanized wagon last. Okay? Now, VIG had some pressure on them and they want to say they're doing something because they were going to court.
Yeah.
But instead of doing good, they do more worse.
Mhm.
They do more bad,
Yeah.
you know? Yes, so.
But well, it makes sense, and hopefully that can happen. Well, probably it won't because, like you said, they put on a new roof. It's just that they didn't do the overlapping properly. So they probably won't go for just taking the whole thing off and start over.
Well, I
Okay.
don't know.
But
I personally haven't had a conversation with Mr. Richards,
yeah,
so I can't sit
because
and
it
tell
would be
you.
interesting to know where that galvanized come from. If that's the really, the one quality that
No,
going last some years.
that one ain't come from Antigua.
So it would make sense if,
That one-
because you got the 5 million, as long as the 5 million cover what have to be done with the racing, the track, and the hello spend it all right there
we
and
got to
get the
spend
best.
it because we got to they got to get some more sun. And
Yeah.
you know right now how thing is moving things.
Yeah.
Thing has backed up and be moving slower.
Yeah.
So
And casting more. Yeah.
we just got to do what we got to do.
And
Yeah.
just yep. And
Do what I
just
got to do.
yeah.
So like I said, I'm here. And if anybody out there got a question that needs an answer to and they want to call in, call in. If I go answer it, I'm gonna answer it. You know?
Well, folks, you heard it there.
Because
Mr.
there's
Knight is
people
here to correct
people
the misinformation that
yeah,
has been out there. So it's 7730390, 7730490 with area code 340. Let's get things clear.
yeah.
Okay? Stop listening to the misinformation. And
You
for
know,
one,
sometimes I just say, "Peggy, I can cause increase.
yeah,
You know, and sometimes people get offended when you say, but to listen to the same set of people every morning, call and complain and won't come out and stand up when fight out there, and fight out there is a few people. When fight say, sometimes you go alone, you know.
mm,
When you watch Puerto Rico, you watch Venezuela, you watch Antigua, you watch anyway, you see people stand up in unity
yep,
and numbers.
yep.
Unity and numbers is strength to
And,
get things
and it
moving.
makes the difference
Okay?
in the
In
outcome.
Puerto Rico,
Yep,
the Puerto Rico right there,
yep,
they'll show you how it's done.
yep,
To make anything possible
yep,
and make it done. We could do the same thing here.
definitely.
We was like people like that.
Yep,
But now you know what we come? We come like, let it do what they want.
Yep.
Doing what they want,
yep,
it can't see we.
definitely.
I'm talking with a man that I did. He see me doing my front thing. He said, boy, just last year I do mine. I said, my son, I drop in a patrol, my son. I drop hard, or they know. When I call him, I can tell you this car moving like a old car. The outer tire you want to see how it bend. The lower one and the barging, them have to change everything. Plus one new tire, the one tire or egg from how it drop in the hole. They say carry public work to be paid when.
But it's what? They only went is what? Because they got all kind of things to tell you that hey, this don't apply, that don't apply, all kind of things.
You know, when, you know. And then when you look at every other thing else, our things them to would be good. But the key to everything around here is
Maintenance.
maintenance and
Yeah.
taking care of the people them that making sure you are getting the material to do the maintenance. You know?
Yeah.
They don't run these people out of business, so long they take to pay.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep, definitely. Let's see if somebody got a question for you. Good afternoon and welcome. You're on the air.
Yeah, I beg you, a while ago, how you mentioned a called Vele. I don't know how much he was involved in horse racing on St. Croix, but I know very well of his uncle and his cousins and St. Thomas. They had several thoroughbred horses back in the day. Felix Vele was one of the sons, and I forget the other one name right now. But I used to help exercise their horses too as well. As I mentioned, I never rode in a race. I mean, a little bush race and them kind of thing, yes, but not a real certified race, only because my mother didn't want me to, you know.
You have the heart.
Huh?
You had the heart to go out there and ride on the race. You know, take
If I had
heart
a
in it.
horse,
He asked if you had the heart.
or if I had a horse, yeah, I got the horse. I mean, you know,
Well, then how come you ain't try a thing?
So why you didn't say me
like
some
I
mommy?
said, I did
Why you
it.
didn't
I
say well
did
to
it
them
because
mommy ain't got no eye
horse
going and
race.
I can take. a chance.
I
Yes.
did it in like post race or half of certified races, but on an announced race, I don't know. With respect to my mother, she didn't want me to do that, so I never did.
Okay.
All right.
But
Let me ask, what's your name again, sir?
but
I forget your name. What's your name?
Mr. Knight,
Oh, you're John Knight. Okay,
Yes.
it's John Knight.
yes. But excuse
When
me,
last you been?
Jerry,
Hold a minute. He's
But,
trying to say something to you.
but Jerry
Okay.
Valley and Courtney, they had the stables. They used to have the horses. They had exclusive tip and narrative and several others. And even at this time, the one brother, he has a partner where he raises horses in New York and Florida and so. The one Jerry.
Okay.
So they are involved.
Yeah, well then it was in the family boat in St. Thomas and St. Croix then.
Yes, his father had horses, everything.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Now, when last you been on the Tola track?
So I got a truck?
The Tola track?
Yeah.
Just St. Croix have a track.
They have a place where supposed to be a racetrack.
But what happened?
The same thing, the both of us is the same thing, but right now we're looking to build a better one than you.
Good. Well, better, good, better, best. Now, right now, there's a lot of political wrangling regarding the track and St. and Totola. And even though I was there up to last week, I stayed out of it.
You mean regarding the land, the property?
No, not the property. The property is Ned's property. It's Ned's estate. The thing is, they what they call it, promoter.
But that's why.
And then they got something with the charges, the this and the gun up and the fees and this, that, the other, the thorough. I had some meeting with some of the, what we call, they would be like legislators, they call them councilmen. And I said to them, why don't you all get into it? And for God's sake and the love of the sport, pay the promoter what she's asking for. And I didn't meet with the promoter as well. Pay what she's asking for. You know, put it in and so that we could have the sport of Kings going.
So what promoter is
And they
speaking
said they
about?
don't want
Is the landowner them that have the problem with?
Mr. Mr. Knight is asking you what promoter you're referring to.
In Tatola because I know there has a problem concerning the piece of property that belongs to Ellis Thomas Down, where his granddaughter is in charge of the one that is in the attorney, who wants X amount of financing. So how does the people that run the truck get involved? They have to deal with the property owners.
Well, like I say, the next family are the property owners. We is not prohibiting races.
You don't own the whole property. You don't own the whole.
He said you don't own the whole property.
So you know what property I own? For your house of place? Serious?
You don't own the whole of the racetrack. You got different owners at each end.
Well, you're not listening to me. I say it's a family, and I'll give you the name. Nate, Farm, Sales, Thomas, and Thomas is right in the behalf. It's a family thing. Don't tell me I don't want to buy now. You want me to show you the pants and the knee? What you telling me? You out of place?
You got a good day, you hear, man?
I do not own nothing. I'll tell you that. I don't want to. But don't tell me why you want it to solar, brother, man.
Me ain't tell you are you owning. No. I said to you.
I'm telling you, don't tell me.
Well, you know why you have a good day, man.
Names, you misunderstood and you're going
I
wrong.
didn't misunderstand
So,
a
let me-
goddamn thing.
Names.
Okay.
All right. We'll talk to you later.
Listen. I know my place, you know, and I keep saying I'm going to tell this.
No. You make now listen to me because I'm the host here. You misunderstood because it was not a direct mention to you personally. And that is the problem when you took it that way.
Well, to tell me that, you tell me, you correct me. Correct me now.
Mr. Nims, we can't consider this conversation when you're going to take things personal in
But I'm
discussing
saying
a
nothing
pro-
else. I asked to be corrected. I mean, as a teacher, you wouldn't want to correct a student.
Well, the problem here, yes, as it's saying, it's a discussion over the property that the track is on. And Ali pointed out is that there are people that have to be involved in the conversation. And you are acting like you're the one, and we're simply saying it isn't you alone.
No.
Yeah? And you took that's what was meant by you don't own the property and you took it personal. And that was not the reference.
Alone. He
But
don't
then
own it.
you agree with him that the next family don't own the whole property. That's what you're telling me.
Hello.
The principle.
How much name it on?
What you telling me?
You all right, Nibs.
I
Thanks for the
I'm
call.
going to repeat. I do not own nothing and say Christ by choice.
See, this is where you're going wrong, and this is where I'm going to tell you goodbye because you're going even more personal. Goodbye. Yeah. No. I mean,
But,
because it is not personal conversation, and
because he
I'm not
acting
there.
like he got it say. If he had to say, the whole family had to say, they were dealing with the granddaughter for the Islamas and get it clear where they could get the track. And they would not have to be having a discussion to go way out in the fire and to build a new track.
But this is why in the very beginning I said to him, what about the property we're talking about? And he went off on
Yes,
something else.
because all I said to him is not one family. He got about 5 family. All of them might be related,
Yeah.
but all of them don't have the same mentality towards the property. Someone pay, someone finance.
Yeah. And that is why you
And
said
the finance she
and-
want
and-
is a big piece of finance.
And that is why you say we're in a better position because we don't have that problem with that James racetrack. It's owned by government, who is the people, and they know the discussion on that. All it is-
He get offended.
yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry for him.
Well, hey,
You know.
he'll find therapy anyway. We can we will continue the discussion, folks. Anyone who good afternoon and welcome. You're on the air.
Yeah, good afternoon. Just a comment. Glad to hear that.
Yes, speak to Mr. Chuck Knight. Speak to Mr. Chuck, Mr. Randall Knight, who is there taking any info and addressing anything you have to deal with the racetrack.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so nice. I just saying, I'm glad that progress is being made, but make sure, that we hold them down. And like you said, don't take anything because in this season of political unrest, everybody gonna want to quick to make a deal just to have something on their resume to say what they did.
Exactly.
So you guys just got to hold one head, know what I really want, and like you said, we're looking out for the best for St. Croix, and I agree with you 110%. Just keep the fire burning and come back down.
Well, we're going to try to keep the fire burning as hot as we could because we ain't just taking anything. Because look what happened now. Last night, me and Fire in the corner. Fire get a call. Someone calling me. You see on the consortium, they giving tax check for Carl. Fire asked me, Chuck, you want to read it? I said, no, me ain't here to read it. Because here we goes again. Every election time, they give some kind of little pittance.
Mhm.
What is yours, what you don't work for,
Like
and making it like they giving you
that.
something,
Doing you a favor.
you know, and
Yep.
that money is yours, what you don't work for.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
yesterday I
Yeah.
paid my taxes. I paid my taxes yesterday, and I hear people bawling. Imagine when you owe, you got to compare what you can put interest, and they don't owe you all these years and don't give you interest. So, you know, this how we got to stand up and we got to feel and don't look at that political thing. Let's get together and let's get the best possible deal for St. Croix and the hospital. And that's how we carry
Yeah,
it.
I totally agree. And one of the things that I disagree with was when they were talking about the reduced bleacher size, which is nonsense. And they have this thing about limiting growth and St. Croix, and that's something we really, really, really got to put an end to.
Well, you
Everything
get,
they build is built with minimum capacity.
well, you know, it take the people to stand up. And I can tell you something, Mr. James Bates, he has been a trooper standing up with this, getting getting us to go to all these meetings and be there to hear firsthand. Because if we wasn't to some of these meetings, what we would have had there, we would have wanted to know what happened. And that's what happening to us in the Virgin Island. When they have these meetings, we need to go there
Mhm.
and be there in numbers that they say that we're coming out to find out and hear what's going on in our island.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Thanks for
and,
calling.
and Carla,
I know you got
all I'm going to say to you, because that is my position, is that we make sure that when we hear any misinformation around us, that we address it and we stand and encourage people to support the House Owners Association because they know what is important, what they want, and that's what they're standing for. And we gotta back them up because they just said divide and conquer. So we want no division here.
Yeah, they love to do that. You know, it would be great if they could show of force one day. But we just could see about a good 50, 60 hours right to Christians. But with that, I got.
Okay, be
All
safe.
right then. Thank you. Not a bad idea. Yeah, understand? Because he gonna be a thoroughbred guy, that has been pushed us around the place to do more than 50 years going on the main street. No, because sometimes people need a visual to get a message. Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
But yes,
yeah.
I don't, I am very sorry that Yokara took it to heart
Let's study here.
and he will be all right. I
You-
don't say so.
Don't study here. I say I was here. I know I here, and I definitely mean, like I said, he will he leads up. Folks, 7730390, 7730490. Right here, all are you asking all kind of question about has racing and all kind of different show. And now here it is. You got somebody to give you the information, answer the question, but nobody ain't got no question. I really disappointed with my crew. Well, and not just Christian Maker, I expect Centomian listening too, you know. But I mean, stop with the misinformation. You got a question you ain't sure about. Call now, let Chuck tell you. Okay? Because he will tell you what he could, what he's able to tell you. Because, like he said, there is negotiation going on. So, taking everything he could say. But why he could say, he going to say, because, hey, I know Chuck long time ago. Good afternoon and welcome. You're on the air.
Oh, yeah. Peggy, let me ask you a question if I may.
Go ahead.
How soon can I speak on another subject?
How soon?
I mean, how long your guest going to be there? That's what I'm asking.
My guest can be here as long as he has the time to be here.
Okay, okay. Well, then I will continue to listen. And to the point, I'm trying to go to education. That's why I said, I know that's your love. That's mine also. So, but I don't want to interfere anymore in this horse racing thing. That's why I'm asking that simple. Another hour. Maybe that is rest of the day. I don't know. So I'll listen and see when the guest is no longer there. Thank you.
All right there. But for the listening audience, let me make sure I understand something. Education connected with every blasted thing. And that's something we all got to understand. Okay? Sometimes even in relinquishing to take whatever they give you, is a lack of education that causes that sometimes. Okay? So let me make sure we understand. Yes, education is vital, and I always say knowledge is power.
And when you go read and comprehend and you go understand numbers and percentages, you do even better.
Exactly. And it is the education, I'm sure, that your husband went into that meeting with, where you could have sit down there, understand what they're proposing, and tell them, that ain't passing here.
Mhm.
Eh? And this is what people need to understand. We need to make sure our young people are properly educated to analyze for themselves, not just let somebody feed you what they want to feed you. And that is the difference, I hear people say, Crucians always got a problem with something. Yeah, because we particular. We want quality. We ain't hungry. We want quality. Okay? We have land can done. And you ain't going to minimize and not just give us any stupidness to put up on the land, like, that was most idiotic. So for whoever thought with the main idea to come to decrease the capacity of the stadium, when, like you said, we had a stadium that was larger, and for somebody to come and think that you're going to come with a stadium that was smaller. I mean, that's idiocy. Absolute idiocy. Especially since, I mean, hey, like I said, the land is there, is government land, is expansive. We can even make the bleachers larger than it was.
Exactly. That then we will be seeing good.
You understand? Because the point is, and people have said this, that the possibility of having things done, that the facility can be used for other
Activities.
exactly.
Yeah.
So you're talking that you want, really, then you do want capacity of thousands.
Because we have sat there and we have seen where reggae shows was holding, where it was so full. I think reggae show went till morning, you know,
And
which
we've had the bleachers full for horse races
Yes,
many
but-
times.
which you could make money having an entertainment center with the house racing,
Yeah.
you know. So this is the vision I'm speaking about.
Well, your vision is
And
right. Chuck.
you can want to have all of that, and then when you are at that and you making use the percentage rate for the husband, then what is the people them putting on the show? You know what I mean? The people them are putting on the show got to be treated right. Because look what happening in the sports world right now.
Yep.
The FBI is investigating the basketball, the football, all these
Yes.
things because no player they ain't putting the games them on TV. They want you pay
Mhm.
for all these stations to they make the revenues.
Yep.
So who is receiving from them revenue? The owners.
Yep.
So the players got to get their share too.
Hmm.
That's why you see the WNBA ladies, they stand up and they demand and
Yeah.
went to the end.
Yes.
They was getting $200,000. They had to go overseas to make $1 million.
Imagine.
Now they could make that
Yep.
in America.
Yep.
Why? Because they stand up.
Yep.
And that's how
Yep.
we saying. We
And
have
that's
to
all they
stand
have to do because they have the talent. They had the talent.
have the talent.
They have the talent, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And they just
That is making the league better every year, and the making money make more cap. People are coming out because they like the how
the energy with the players and
yes,
whatnot. Yeah,
and the competition
yeah,
between the teams. You know what I mean? So money can make people can want to be there to see that.
yeah,
You know?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So all I'm saying, we want to see the growth. Don't believe you can just push something down our throat and do what I got to do. And you know, the good senator get upset. And you, Peggy, you know, we came in here, we stand up,
Yep.
me, you, BBH, he, and yourself. We take licks from the man, say we BT, and we this, and we that. But it's what we were standing for to get done, and we did all of that. And when we did it for them, what did they kick we in our butt and left? You know what I
Well,
mean?
we're going to try to make sure that things go in the right direction at a decent pace going forward. And that begins with, like I said, I will try to get to are able to find out and make sure that sports parks and recreation have completed their part insofar as getting the proposals there. And it's like this, you said, it's at property and procurement,
Yes, that's where it's supposed
you
to
know, that they found. Because sometimes what has happened is paperwork follow the process. But what has happened is you need people to pressure
be. Just
still.
stay on top of it to
Exactly.
make sure they get to the commissioner
Exactly.
desk,
You
so
know,
they put them out and do what they got
exactly.
to do.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
And so this is
Because
what
that is what will take place.
exactly.
Things don't get expedited.
Yeah.
You know, you put that on desk and wait there when they get through
Yeah.
to it, you know.
Yeah.
And, you know, we understand they have other pressing issues in our community.
Yeah.
But I will say this. In our community, we have a hashtag.
Yeah.
A lot of things that goes on will be going on. And a lot of people will be out there and horse racing make everybody eat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially when St. Thomas come. If we get when Tatola get a truck.
Yeah.
But with in the island racing,
Yeah.
people come in, everybody get a rental car, hotel, Airbnb,
Yeah.
restaurant, everything.
It's an economy income.
You know, they live.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely. Definitely. And that is why the government, some people in the government, because sometimes it's the workers in the certain departments that don't understand the importance of things like that. There might be somebody in PMP that thinking, oh, that's just hash racing. Not understanding
The
that
benefits.
exactly.
Who don't have the knowledge of it.
Exactly.
Because they up or away of it.
Exactly, exactly. And that is why then it does need pressure. Because sometimes you got bystanders say, well, why you harass him? Because you have to harass. You have to harass if you believe in
To
something.
get
You
things
got
done.
to, yep,
Because
definitely.
like I tell them, horse racing, a lot of these departments get percentage.
Mhm.
The sports parks and rec, the Olympic Committee, agriculture,
Yeah,
and much more
yeah,
get their percentages
yeah,
that help them to move forward and do things from horse race.
yeah,
That's why
yeah,
I always say agriculture should look out for horses even more.
yeah,
You know, the time of the year coming with dry season and come,
yeah,
we gonna need a farmer license to get a bucket of molasses to pour in the water, whatever, to make them drink more water, or in the feed to make them drink more water to keep the body. No.
Mm.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
this is what I'm speaking about.
And you know, as you talk, I'm thinking that maybe while we're working on the track, that the horse owners need to sit down with the agriculture executives and make them get an understanding. Because as you're saying, this is the time they need to prepare fields in order to have
Get the grass cut,
exactly,
this and that.
exactly.
And
So I would
Mr.
suggest
Mr. Blake said he was going to reach out and see if Mr. Peterson could fit him in to have a conversation.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
We were thinking, and because not because you know, we have a lot of houses out there,
yeah,
a lot of houses in pasture.
yeah,
This would be beneficial and helpful to all husbands.
yeah,
That they go get a big roots, and the grass can start to dry, the house
yeah,
will still get roughage
yeah,
and thing. You know what I mean? They would be making money. You know what I mean?
yeah,
But Peggy, in our place today, everybody want to get paid,
yeah,
but they didn't want to do the work.
yep, yep.
They
I
didn't
hear
want to do
you.
the work.
I hear you. I hear you.
They
But definitely, but hey, you just have to keep pushing. Like y'all are doing, you just have to keep pushing. Sometimes when one person ain't want to go along, another one might, you know. So you can't get to Peterson, get to his second man. I forget his name. As a matter of fact, his program was just before 12. The deputy commissioner, I forget his name. The for agriculture, that he's here every Wednesday morning. Yeah, because he used to be before the um the production man for agriculture. But you're making a point that they need to do that, and we have the land for them to do that. I don't see anything that would be needed. Uh, I would think they got the machinery too.
Because when you go there, you got to pay for the molasses, it's free.
Yeah,
It ain't free.
yeah,
And we won't like it to be free.
yeah,
We have to pay, but we would be like it to be available
right.
that we can get it.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know? You know?
Well, I suggest you definitely have that conversation, and even if you can't get to the commission, maybe get to somebody on the what do they call it, the farm council,
Yeah.
because the farm council is supposedly that group that is seeing as to the implementation of the agriculture plan that the legislature accepted some years back. So
Well, Miss Peggy,
I
I
thank you very much.
I can go wrap up with you. I guess the people let me get to hear what they wanted to hear, and I will carry and have a conversation with Mr. Bates as to when we done the negotiation, we get things moving forward to keep the public informed and the people them who don't come into meetings, where we have them informed, that they don't be spreading wrong information and Mr. Williams show and the other shows that they attack because that's all it does.
Um,
So sometimes it just makes sense to leave them be, but they have to stand corrected because they don't know. They get on the radio and speak
yeah,
and have no knowledge or no information
yeah.
as to what's going on. So on that note, thank you very much. The people who was listening, thank you all. And I have to go do my school runs.
All right there. Thank you very much for giving us the information. All right. And folks, yes, that was Mr. Randall Chook Knight. Yes, you can't say that you don't know. He was here available for what? He was here for at least 2 hours. And we got to know that now those of you who are supportive of our getting our track here in St. Croix, make contact with Harold Abel at Sports Parks and Recs and confirm that indeed the request for proposals are now in the hands of the Department of Property and Procurement. Okay, to know that that step has been taken, because once that has been taken, then we would ask that you make contact with Property and Procurement and encourage them to get the proposals out in a timely fashion so that we can get the two contractors in place, and I would have to clarify and find out the time period on that because he wasn't sure if it's 30 days or 3 months or whatever. But I'll try to find out and so that I can clarify that next week as to what the time is on that. And well, maybe hopefully I can get Mr. Abel to, if not even come in, at least call in and give us that much information. But the point is, folks, the husband know, okay? They know these are people who have been dealing with horse racing for decades. You could say all their life. Yeah, basically, all their life. So they know what it's about. They know the potential of the Randall James, Doc James track, and they are in the position and demand that quality, quality design and work takes place in putting that track together. And we just need to be supportive once we have the information to support their position and do what we can to back them all the way. Okay. Now, and for the benefit of my caller there who wanted to bring up an education issue, please feel free that you can do that at any time. 340-773-0390, 340-773-0490. But as I said, and I'm saying it again, education is intertwined with every aspect of life. Okay, everything, social, emotional, whatever. It all comes down to the fact that you have to have that foundation of a proper education to go forward with whatever area is particular to you. And I am so happy that the horse owners representative of the association are well educated people that when they went into that meeting, they recognized and knew what they wanted and demanded it. Good afternoon and welcome. You're on the air.
Good afternoon, Ms. Morehead. How are you doing today?
I am blessed and highly favored. Hope you are the same.
It's 84 degrees outside. I'm in shorts. But I called. I didn't get just tuned in, so I didn't get to see what you were discussing. Well, the reason I'm calling is because earlier today I contacted New York Power Authority, and I'm gonna have to call him back tomorrow. He was in a meeting. That's some guy named Anthony Hill, and the purpose for me calling them, I wanted to find out. I don't know if you recall, a couple of years back, they came and did an assessment of WAPA.
No, I
don't know what became of that assessment.
Probably must be on the shelf in Wapa someplace.
But anyhow, I reached back out to them, and this guy, Mr. Anthony Hill, he's the person I have to speak with. And I'm just going to see what is the procedure for them to come back down, seeing that we're basically in the middle of an energy crisis, and that, they can give us an assessment of our current systems. I think this was before we put in the Wasilas. So now that they're online and, building up.
But here's the thing, Carla. Here's the thing. I would suggest, yes, that you do whatever research or investigation that you can locally here to find out as to that report, that an assessment that you said they did years back, to find out as to how much of it was executed. Because the point is, if they came and did an assessment and we did absolute WAPA did absolutely nothing of what was recommended, it would look kind of awkward to know, you know.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. If they came there, did an assessment, and you did nothing for them to come back a second time when you have done nothing from the first assessment. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, I don't
So
know how to get a hold of the first one. So
I would suggest and I
Yeah.
don't have any basis for this, but analytically thinking, I would suggest that you try to get a hold of WAPA. What how they call it? The
Customer service.
the person who makes the announcements.
Oh, public relations, Miss Peterson, Chanel Peterson.
Right, because I mean, they at least should have an in to finding that report.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you're correct. That's because she's public relations, so she should be able to find out from personnel management whatever happened to that report.
Yeah.
Hopefully, a lot of times they're listening to your program. Well, Ms. Chanel Peterson, if you're listening to the program, I would like if you can call in to Ms. Moorhead or anybody at 970 and let us know about that.
Carla,
New York,
I low on the totem pole, you know. I low on the totem pole. Then people always they they consider wasting time listening to my program. you 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 gotta find another program to ask that.
I'm trying, what's the name? But that it seems like they're not running anymore. What's the name?
Maybe you could call Jamila if you don't get any time before, because she always seems to have a direct connection with
James, Senator James, because she was supposed to be the contact in the St. Croix district that goes to the PSC, and relays the information.
Oh, okay.
The envoy or whatever the position is.
Okay.
But we're trying to call their office. Oh, listen, man, I tell you. And then they basically gave me the brush off. So I guess these things are fine and dandy. It's yeah, they don't need anything as far as stable power. But so I just said, well, I recall that I don't even remember when it was, and it was a few years ago. So I said, well, let me reach out to the authority and see if I can get a copy out there.
Just not to be embarrassed, do the local part first.
Okay, I will follow your advice. But so they had a committee on the whole, I think it was last week, to discuss what's going on. What was the outcome?
I was not here because I was away at a board conference and on the mainland, and I got a hold of it because I got a caller coming in. But I don't know anything about that. I wasn't in the territory at the time.
Okay, well I'll follow up with that and I'll let you know how that turns out.
Okay, thank you much.
With the energy stuff. All right, you take care.
All right, then. Thank you. Good. What is this? Okay, caller. I'm sorry. If you call back. Okay. Good afternoon and welcome. You're on the air.
Yeah. I don't know how much it would be worth getting in touch with the public relations person.
Well, I just suggested that because I thought it might be easier. That might be an easier person to get a hold of in WAPA, and to make a connection. Maybe the person might direct them to the exact place to go. I don't know.
Right. Well, why I say that is that I Googled to see from our last discussion as to if there's been any states that have done a ban on smartphones and only allowed flip phones, and to see how that works. So what came up was an ABC online report that said 20 states and 2 district territories have, including the district of DC, which I don't even know what you call it. But in any case, they're in a similar territory status effectively. So So they say that they have done that. Have a ban on smartphones. But they included the U.S. Virgin Islands in on that, saying that we have a ban on cell phones, smartphones. They said they sent out, I think this was last summer, they sent out emails to the different, education departments, and that's what was reported back. So apparently we have a ban.
What they might be referring to is that the Board of Education policy
Yes.
bans the use of cell phones in schools.
Right, except for when teachers allow, and that's what the 20 others kind of had that. There's a ban. Flip phones are allowed. Tablets and computers are allowed for internet access, but I think that's issued. And New York was the biggest state. They did it last, I guess May is going to make a year. And they also included storage and the pouches. They put in $13 million for schools to have these the pouches that you described. And that's what I was saying, that they apparently the ones that they use in the states in school districts are expensive. They come from, I guess it's a particular company or something, and I guess which meets their requirements, and they come at a cost. I know they didn't say how many they got for $13 million, and it is, in case schools wanted to use them and statewide. But as I said, I've heard in the past comments from administrators that they were saying that they're costly, and they didn't think that it was worth the money. But again, a simple ban and the phones are allowed. The parents do it, and they were interviewed. I think they interviewed them. So the ban was in May, and then they interviewed parents in September, asking them how they felt. And the parents were like, yeah, if they allow us to have flip phones, we're good. We can get in touch with in case of emergencies, we can get in touch with our children, and that's what parents were concerned about. And they do see that the cell phones are a distraction. The smartphones are a distraction if you could get on the internet. And so they said if you have a flip phone that you can't go on social media, can't access them on the internet, that's good. The schools don't have a problem with that. And the parents seem to be happy too. That, and as we're saying, definitely the flip phones are cheaper, and more than likely the service is going to be cheaper too, because you have no internet access. And so I can't see them, making you spend the same money for a service that only has cellular access and no internet access. I don't, that's highly unlikely. So, yeah, but it's and as I said, the 20 states have done it so far.
Okay.
And it doesn't seem to it seems to be working. And the parents seem to be content with it.
Okay. Well, thank you with that. I have another line here, then let me see what they have to say. Thank you.
Right. All right.
Good afternoon and welcome, young here.
Yes, Peggy. The Jihad grant a while ago spoke when I tuned back in. And with regards to consultant report.
You are familiar with the report he's talking about? You could help him out?
Well, I don't know exactly which one he was talking about, but I have several consultant reports.
He said New York.
I'm sure. Huh?
He said it's a New York system that came and did an assessment.
No, I don't have anything with the New York system, but I'm sure they're all encompassing, because let's say 3 of the 4 that I have right there now looking at The thing that Whopper was, okay, you hire me as a consultant, you pay me millions of dollars. I tell you what to do, and you don't do it. Saying that you ain't got no money for that, no, you will put it off for another 20 years. But what you keep getting this, and a matter of fact, sometimes they hire the same consultant again. All you do is brush off the thing and put a new cover on it, and millions again. So to me, it's either that they're in conflict with these people, or they must be forced to answer the question as to why are you doing it then? Why are you commissioning consultant reports and not doing what experts? I'm not talking about Carl Knight. He's not an expert. I'll name me, not an expert either. I'm talking about with a mathematical physicist and them that knows higher math than electrical engineering.
Well, this is why I pointed out to Grant that he need, because I mean he's in New York and seemingly I guess he has some contact with the power people there in New York that he's trying to connect with. But my point is to him, if you know they came and did a report some years ago when whatever it was did an assessment in the Virgin Islands, you have to find out what did the Virgin Islands do with their report, because it would be embarrassing to go to them now and say, well, you know, you're trying to get them to come and help out now. If the report they did, the analysis they did some time ago, nothing was done, executed from it. That makes no sense.
Well, of course it doesn't.
So this is why I was telling him to try and get a copy of the report if he can that they did back then to determine if anything was executed, because if nothing was executed, then you need not go back to that New York system to ask them anything.
Well, Freddie, I mean, as I have said, and again talking from experience, and I must say this right at this juncture, this is why I don't have a problem when I hear Mary Peggy Sue Moorhead say, I'm going on another trip for education. They want them to know you're going, but you're coming back with a library of information. I myself have traveled a lot on the government dime, dealing with matters of mostly not so much WAPA, but housing and disasters. Those are areas that I would consider that I have a doctorate degree in, even though I don't even have a certificate. I don't want that. But a lot of us get in these boards and commission just because it is for travel. And you go up and down willy-nilly galloping like a horse, and the people them dime, and they pay for everything up to and whatever liquor you drink. And up to them here. No, when you're sending in the report, you can't put liquor. I say, I know you can't put liquor. You think I'm stupid. But you put refreshments. I have said I drink my guts full of liquor. I put it in as refreshments. I won't put liquor. But this is the thing we have with some people, and those are the ones that are glorified and lifted up, and that they are the best. And a guy like me, and maybe your brother Mario and others, they will call us communists and rabble rousers, and we should be dead. Why? Because we're calling our out and telling the truth. Look at what's happening right now in St. John. And these things, people are telling me why I don't get myself to rile up over these things. You don't even leave them live with the stupidness. No, I cannot leave them live with the stupidness. Somebody got to be the gatekeeper and blow the whistle at the tail bad. You know how many times and I'm not a diver, but I put on a wetsuit with fluorescent darts and my two legs to stab sharks coming from both sides of where that submarine cable go from Cabrita Point, St. Thomas to Frank Bay, St. John. Okay? We got a shark infested waters to float that cable up, to walk on it on a barge and put it back down. And I mean, for God's sake, there's a thing called protocol. You have to, besides the maintenance plan, you must have a preventative maintenance plan. Let's say every 5 years, we check these cables. You don't check it at all.
Mr. Nibs, let me ask a question. And then I got to let me let you know now that I'm joined by my good friend, Coach Foy. But let me ask you a question. Hold on, let me ask you a question. Why is it, because you were in there then, why is it that WAPA never made a plan to supply St. John with its own power? Like maybe you don't, well, let me finish. I'm going to let you talk. You don't, I know it's a hilly type of island. So maybe you might say that, they didn't have the space or the area or whatever to do solar panels or whatever. But the point is, you got other alternatives. They could have do those windmills along the shoreline, close by or whatever. All kind of other they could have do the water thing. I forget what they call it when they use the ocean to supply. Right. But my point is, why is it that WAPA didn't make that plan decades ago and work towards that way? Why?
Well, Peggy, you're asking a question of which consultants gave them all that kind of information from geothermal to windmill to.
So why? Because you've been there. So I mean, you might have a little insight. So why they didn't work towards instituting that plan and just leave them forever on this underwater connection business? Why was there some kind of movement to have something? I mean, even if it don't supply the total power needed, that at least something to supply St. John. Why?
Okay, let me, I can't speak for them, so I can't answer that. But
No,
but my time to talk, let me just say it. Hugh Milligan, who was very first in power company financing, executive directors and engineers didn't listen to him. You think the little Al-Neb didn't listen to him?
Wait, so then just clarity. So you're telling me this Mr. Milligan back then made those proposals?
If he did what?
You're saying that the Mr. Milligan had those proposals back then?
I am saying that WAPA had them, not he specifically, but he as controller. That was his position, financial wizard. They wouldn't listen to him either. They wouldn't listen to Louis Donester, assistant executive director. They bring out kind of white boy from all over the state. And look at this condition we're still in. Let me tell you, and I'm going after now, I really want to hear for, and I probably would try.
No, he just he just come by and I invite him to come eat.
No, well, I used to buy is my boy. I know he likes to whip one or two on the meal with it, but let me just say this.
I don't look like a running before he whip you.
Okay, I always said that I worked at WAPA from 67 to 76. I left. I was never fired. I was called back in 89 and again in 05 to push the FEMA paper to get them back millions of dollars. Because disaster thing is part of my forte.
Mr. Nibs, I asked you the question, but you ain't getting to the answer. And I asked you the question.
I don't know. I can't answer for them. I said, why did they
But you
do it?
must have some inclination. Because the point is, you specifically talk about putting on your shark suit or your wetsuit and going down, dodging shark, going to look at this line that go between St. Thomas and St. John. Well, take it as a hazard. You mean you never to me that you never mentioned to them, look, if we need to do something to let St. John got their own thing?
Let me say this. Because anybody that don't know that me not afraid.
No, me saying afraid of no.
No. So God's name, not to say anybody. That's what I was getting me in trouble. I don't mash on people's cars. I, as an engineer without a portfolio in WAPA, chief engineer, as they used to call me, continue to tell the executive directors and those above me to follow the consultant report. They don't want to do it. What should I do? Beat them? But let me go by saying this, because I've never said this publicly, but I'm going to say, when I said that I walked to WAPA from 67 to 76 and then get fired, in effect, what happened is executive director at the time, who happened to be a native, they claim he was scared of me. I don't know. He have a bachelor's degree. I got none. I never had any. But my point is this. Instead of, he couldn't find a way to fire me, because of course I had political clout on my side. That would be a risk. So he dominated the unit that was doing the work that fell under my desk. He dominated that. I'm bringing consultants. I'm not consultants. Give it out as contract. Contract is a way to hide money. And if you want to, yes, I hold on to them and they need to be locked up. That is stealing money. I want money. They go clean it to the ground.
Not me.
Okay. I got. So tell them sue me now. I've been sued before. Okay. Oh, no, I don't laugh. I think it's true.
No, but Mr. Nims, I never hear anybody ask for suit. You understand?
No, but I'm married too.
All right, buddy. Well, hey.
Peggy, the only way, I don't know, that's why I always say, bro, the only way to make money is sue or be sued. And I done both. Thank you.
All right. Fine.
Good afternoon. Yes, I was heading into Ninja Show, but I have to sit in with you. I heard you earlier with Chukan talking about the Haas calamity that I predict they had raised for 5. I get cost out. Then it went so now it got from 5. I tell them they ain't gonna raise till 10 years. And I tell them who gonna get the track. They tell me I talking ignorance, I stupid, and it come down to what I say. I'm not a fortune teller. I don't read. I don't believe in nonsense. But reality got setting in. You see the player and playing the game.
One thing I hear in that song a little different, which is that it sounds like some. Let me say some because I don't know about all of the senators and the Haasmen are on the same line.
Well, I hope so. I hope so.
After they both had meeting with the governor, with whomever. You understand? So that's why I tell him I go and try my best to talk to my boy called Viale to help them get a meeting they want with the senators before the hearing.
Okay, that'd be great. Listen, I grew up wrong house. I was in the meeting the night when Val me talk about 10.5 to the fence and go home. I get cost for that. One husband tell me for 26 years he hated me until he went down on the track. I'll never forget it. A backward bust a pipe on the track in the car me to fix it. I was in the hole fixing the pipe. He was sitting on a bucket by a stable door. And he said to me, "Fine, that's how I know 26 years it was." He said, "For 26 years, I hated you. When you said that, me said, we must tie the house to the fence, go home, and let him talk to the house." He said, "But since I moved down on the track, that me were right." He said, "You were right." I said, "What?" I'll never forget that. Never, because I done gone all over the place, all this time, the man, the envy in me, and for me,
Yeah.
But when he got to the real, got in the gate and got in the house, he realized Valmy had done pass on. He was talking the truth.
Well, let me put it this way. The association leadership they have now,
Right.
the members,
Brilliant
Are-
young people.
exactly.
Brilliant young people.
educated
I
businessmen,
know-
many of them. Okay?
I know the leadership is awesome.
Exactly.
And see, the thing about it, people in the Virgin Islands like to think that everybody's stupid. Only they went to college, fall asleep in the back of the class, and hear what the professor said.
Mhm.
Everybody else is mumu,
Mhm.
and they could trample on you, and you must accept whatever they say.
Mhm.
And that's why I tell people like this man was on another radio station where the crucial lunatic calling and say, I must
Okay.
run for the Senate. I afraid to talk. I probably can't talk. A man like me who could express myself, who don't bite my tongue, who don't bend my lip, he talking about can't afraid to talk. These are the type of lunatic I tell people running around the place. And if they, my grandfather say, you never know a man is a dummy until he open him out. Sometimes I wonder if he drunk, because this man will come on and I, as I tell you, and I said it on the radio before, he need to go and pull his head out the governor rear end, because the governor going easy thing, the governor going west. But when I tell you the governor going easy, say, no, boy, the governor is going west. And you know what? You stop criticizing. Somebody got to be the critic. Somebody have to say when thing is going wrong. Not everybody can be mumu. I tell Kenny get his straight up the bill, he was bringing one mumu bill. Because when I read the thing, I want to know this boy ain't want to run for election again.
But when I saw it in the WTJX new feed, I sent it with an email to all the senators to tell them, please don't support that stupidness. I said
Well, I
that.
went on the radio and I begged people to call a senator and I give them the St. Thomas Senate number and the St. Croix. Please don't support this Mumu bill. But I listen to this. I didn't know he had a $1,500 fee, no a lien on the property.
I
when
didn't know
read
that
it,
either.
because
You
I got
said
it.
that to them.
I got a screenshot.
Yeah.
When I sit in my awesome couch, people, well relaxed, and I hear it. If I didn't sit in down, I would have fallen down. Because I want to know if my senator, my friend Kenny Gittins, what got in his head? He had to drink Mumu juice and stupid bush tea.
That's insanity.
That is madness.
That is
And this guy want,
asinine,
but-
everything.
but it show you. When I call up Mumu on the radio, they want to meet me, cuss me out like I care, my shit and bust my shop. These people don't care about us. The local people, they want to tax us, taxation without representation. And how could a senator grow up in the Virgin Islands, know the suffering of the people in the Virgin Islands to bring such a Mumu bill? A Mumu bill.
And when I think about it, if you're coming down Melvin Evans Highway, heading west, okay, and you go in the lane to make the right turn on East Airport Road, okay, and you don't get far enough down that you're not by the medium, you can't see over to the right because it got weed growing up over the medium.
Right.
Okay, so why you ain't going to deal with that, but you coming to tell me about things that they're outside my property I supposed to be responsible for?
Wait, you talking about that? Right next to Public Work people, the brand new bus station growing up in a jungle. When I talk about it, the first time they take a back or something, they just push them somebody. They ain't cut it, they push it, they went into the mile, fire on the radio, go do something. And the A went back. Let me talk about this too. The school has school up on the hill that the government own people.
Yeah.
They won't cut
Yeah.
it. So how can you get this in the right? Can
Yeah.
you got to? I don't know. I never think he'll drink, but he had to have some Mumu juice and stupid bush tea. And want the same people to elect he again? Well, I tell Kenny, I tell him because he called me about it. I remember who I tell him the when tell him. I said, Kenny, you know what? I gonna beat you on the radio about this bill every time I get a mic. Say, oh, you could do what you want. But I didn't know the bill was even dumber than I thought. I was shocked when I heard they said he had a $1,500 fine along with putting a lien on the, I said, Kenny, it's senior citizens, most of them own this property. They can't cut it. Plus the government owe them from 1990. Plus they ain't get a 2023 tax return yet.
Mm-hmm.
How could, I said, Kenny, you can't be good in your head. So after he give me the go ahead to pull it on it, I leave. It was a Friday afternoon. After 5, I come here straight to Ninja Show. In the night, I don't do that. Any personal with Kenny, but somebody have to speak out. And for the crucial loan to take, I gonna write down because I know my accomplishment of the Senate. I don't boast, I don't brag. There's a lot that I got changed. There's a lot that I was against. I went on the radio, the media, stand up out in the street that the senator didn't bring again. So, and there's a lot of things I do to help people. I don't advertise. A lot of things I personally do. So hypocrites are saying that I'm afraid to run. Me afraid, I run it from them because I remember in our 10 people, listen, I uncontrollable. Senator Positive Nelson, I get up in the Senate and say something about someone I colleague. And they suspend me for a week or 2 or whatever because they say he breaks some loyalty, some nonsense.
Yeah, someone supposed to make a direct comment about that.
How far I could not do that? When some of them in Momo, and they bringing Momo bill for the people, when they're oppressing the people that vote for them, how I could sit in a chamber with a set of deceitful, conniving, lying scumbag and don't chastise them.
You're pointing out, and I have to make the note of it for the listening audience, that was the problem they had with Senator Adelphon.
But Brian, yes, and I feel the same way.
Because Bud always spoke his mind about whatever to whomever, and they couldn't take it.
And he always stands for the people. Yep. And these set of grease hand monkey, who can't get enough, as I said, no horse. I never see a brain struck follow a horse into the cemetery yet. I don't know. So when people talking, and because people call me want to know if the man who on the radio drunk, I get numerous phone calls because I know what I was doing this morning. Yeah. That's why I didn't call back right away. I was busy. I do a lot of things for the community, not for me. I could be in my bed, I could be in my hammock, I could be in my couch. It's sad that we got these, I call this crucial loan to take. My grandfather say, you never know a man is a dummy till he open his mouth. And this guy gonna surprise me. Anyway, I stopping by you because I got on the next show, the next station, because I got a lot of things. Yes, taxation without representation, like what a crucial lunatic will like. This guy.
About the primary?
Oh, yes. Oh, that's it.
I've been on that too. I tell them if you're taking my taxes to do something, then let me vote.
Yes. We cannot support donkey Democrats and be part of their organization. Yeah. You cannot use my money. Let me inform the people of the voice if they don't know. And I'm making this public. The guy that took the Republican Party to court for using his money to support Barack Obama. He win the case.
Okay.
And you know what the Supreme Court ruled? He did not go to court and for that. The Supreme Court ruled in that same thing. You do not have to be in a union. Go and look it up, people. That's facts. That's why I tell people, we don't read, we don't stay a lot. The guy take them to court because he feel he supporting Barack. And his union support him. So he went to court and he went to the Supreme Court. So I don't want the Democrat thing that I is part of them. I'm supporting them, period. Because me got no loyalty to no party. They say you got to take an oath. I swear, so I ain't taking nothing to nobody.
But I have a problem for it. That decades now, they keep on making
using more money.
But not only that, they always make the case they're the only ones to run this territory, but they can't run their own primary.
Exactly. Plus, run my territory. The place
Yeah.
gone to hell because of them. And I'm not supporting their primary. I get money, stay in your little corner, go take out your loyalty pledge and run on your own show.
Go get the dues from all of them who
That's right.
registered
I
as
agree.
Democrats.
I agree.
And that money will then fund your primary.
And this morning, when I called into the next show, I was talking about why, and I still go on patient because when I got see results from Tatola when they got see trade, they got bring back things and implement the country. For years, Mr. Five grew up in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Every year, my senator and take my tax money and go to see trade.
Because basically, and I have been to see trade.
Well, I go pay to go.
Because when a friend of mine,
I
went along, was working with Port Authority,
Well,
and I used to go with her.
right.
Basically, it's only like Port Authority, WICO, because some them people who deal with ports
Right.
that need to be there, and the government, the senators really don't do anything.
I know.
They sit in
No,
the
they
meeting,
go see grass.
Okay.
The mall.
and because
They go out
and
there,
because
wine
they
and
hear
dine.
the cruise ship them say something, they come back and they use that information to tell you what the cruise ship said to make it seem like they make something. No,
Listen,
the
I-
negotiation, the whole thing goes on with Port Authority, like those places that the ship need to dock.
I said, and I don't back down because I know I got my people in my car. Me man, I see a boy up here out to see grass mall, but he's supposed to be in there. No, I know. So I know what I'm speaking about. Like this idiot lunatic say he paid to go. I got paid to go all over the world. I could tell he plays where I paid to go. People were shocked when they see me.
Let me see.
Yeah, come in.
Good afternoon, you're on the air. Yes, and I have Coach Foy here with me.
Good afternoon.
I think we should illustrate a crucial dictionary. Oh, what? You got chacha.
Enough respect, enough respect.
Ain't in a dictionary. We crucial understand exactly what he's saying when he talk.
So we read it for 40 plus years.
Oh, okay.
Yes, nothing changed.
Before St. Johnston, the principal school, Albert Junior, Brian Dean, full grade below I man. I ain't good like him, but he's a black copper.
Enough respect, enough respect. Anyway, listen,
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine the next thing is this guy, Davis, the guy who said that the governor should have get his raise. He got to be on Mumu Juice and Sugar. I didn't know he had drink. He from St. Amos.
Yeah, and he no running.
No,
the,
Brian D. Big work the economic something.
Exactly.
This loan take a highly educated young man. These are kind of kunumono, highly educated. Come up, God to the sense they need to put a consumption tax on the people. 2 to 3%, so we could support the rapist whopper. And we could support getting the road and fixed. And it only for a time. Anything that implement on the people stay forever. You could imagine this
The
guy.
syntax.
Right.
Don't forget syntax also before
Listen,
time.
they were coming with the toilet tax. Where they were taxing every toilet. I fight against that. Where the crucial lunatic was. I could tell people. So he coming now and say he put it on only for a time.
Yeah.
I want to know if this guy good in the head. I know the guy personally,
Okay,
against it.
They need to put on nothing for time because
Nothing.
let's remember this administration and unlike all those
right,
before
yes.
had billions of dollars.
Billions.
Billions.
Yes,
And
yes.
what we got to show for it?
But-
Nothing.
But wait, he talking about tax.
Eh.
He know that WAPA from last April get $16 million they overcharge the customer in PSC, allow them to keep the 16 and move it,
To do what with it?
keep it because they say they are needed. Plus, PSC allow WAPA to continue up to April this year, collecting another $16 million or $32 million. So that's bad that they were going to go under. They couldn't afford to.
So we
lose
need to
it.
get rid of PSC.
Me
because
asking,
we
that's
need to
facts.
get PSC ain't working in our
All
benefits.
people-
So it look like we need to get rid of PSC.
All people don't know that WAPA got the 16 million. It was supposed to stop last year. I was in the meeting when they said, but I get $16 million that I ain't entitled to. And we're going to have to take back people. They said, no, we can't afford it. We broke. And that's how they negotiate again up to this year. April, it's supposed to done, cut off. But WAPA will probably go back bad. So now I say, if it was 16 last year, it's 32 this year.
Yeah.
That they got from the ratepayer people. So what tax and what more money WAPA want? When they're going to stop letting these people rape the people? When something will be done that the people could feel a relief? I keep asking the question, the guy who says the generator them in St. Thomas, where 4 generator ain't put no, what 1 put no. What 1? If the he's still on the job. He's still on the job. Is this the guy that gonna get size the generator them for St. John?
Oh God, no.
They got 4 Wadzilla.
Yeah.
Can't put over 1 generator in St. Thomas point out.
That they took over a year or 2 years
2
to
years
get
to
to
be
even
right.
start.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So tell me, is this guy still to work? He need to go home. All of them need to go home. I tired of people telling me what I should say, how I should. No. You to come out to open your mouth. You want to ride the train. Me ride nobody train. I ride 5 train. I dance to 5 music. And I not singer. Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
I'm glad you gone there because I heard you said you was going and leave to going to another station. I
Yes.
wanted to swap with you and them. You've gone exactly where I wanted you to go. The question that was levied and Albert Bryan ran. He wasn't there. He normally would be in the front with Carl Knight, but he wasn't there that time. Carl was feeding on the questions himself. Okay, now you're talking about the Wadzilla units that are undersized.
Right, undersized.
Well, how can you expect 6 and 7 megawatts? A megawatt is 1,000,000 watts. 6 and 7 megawatt units to carry the load of a 37 megawatt Westinghouse and a 25 megawatt GE. They're going to fall like them. They try to take that load, they're going to fall and they're going to pull the whole plant down with them.
But that's what keep happening. And I hear them say, let me say, I heard Carl Knight telling the senator them that they run them 4 generator by themselves. That's a lie. They can't run by themselves. They can't carry the load. So and listen, I'm not an electrician. I had it in school. I had to take electrical. I know about sizing. I know about running wire length, to run the voltage drop. And I said, but there's an engine jackass who size anything. And then they accept it. That's the problem we have. They ain't telling the people the truth. God had blessed me to be a skilled man. And I see while under the electrical guy who in charge of the electrician them in the Virgin Islands screaming that they have 100 unlicensed electricians in the Virgin Islands working. I wrote it down, yes. He complained to the governor, he complained to labor, he complained to licensing consumer. I put under his thing. I put under the thing, I said cash is king. They won't be doing nothing.
But how you expect them to do anything? You forget that this governor was in charge of the Department of Labor.
Yes.
When we had them people coming in
from Puerto Rico,
okay.
I went to him in there.
All right.
And then he tell me about 5. people are going from New York to New Jersey to work in New York. I said, no, you don't work, so they got to get permission. I said, them people, I know they protesting on the side of the road when they were digging up the road, bringing a whole team from Puerto Rico. I fight by myself.
You're right, boy. And for the unions won't allow that in New York.
I know. I used to be in New York. I went to school in Rhode Island.
Okay.
So that everybody more fool at that, but fool will listen.
Well, you see, but let me say this quickly, boy. These what seller units are the same what seller units in Tola plant. I know because I've done contract work for the Tola plant. Up to 2 weeks ago, I was in the plant. I hung up and kissed the what sellers because they're working fine. Why
we can't get work fine here?
I don't know.
Oh, the next thing I got to ask the people, because I have the document. What happened to the $2.7 million that they enter into a contract for Wadzilla generator for St. John? What happened to, because they rated, not me. I have the document said they enter into a $2.7 million contract for generator for St. John. They were supposed to buy 2 4 meg for St. John. It was August 21st. August 21st, 2019 is on WAPA letterhead. WAPA put the press release out. I ain't making up nothing. So where did the 2.7 million go?
In the meeting before the Senate, I made the force it out of him. He said the money was lost. Lost how? Where?
Wait.
Last? What do you mean the last?
That's what he said.
Somebody walking down the road with 2.7 million and all of a sudden the money follow the packet at last?
Well, no, the guy that was asking the question should have asked him for the last how.
Exactly, because you don't last money in a institution.
You hear what he said? Okay, what did them say then?
Somebody might have misused or whatever, but you don't last money.
But listen to this. When I tell people, and I don't know how people get so narrow-minded, I am jealous of God. I think I'm making $500,000. I purposely said, pay him $1 million, but make him work for it. Let him keep the lights on, not off. Talk to me, talk to the wrong man.
Well, the problem has always been, as I can see it, is not the executive director.
No.
It is all those contracts that they have that technically, but didn't the board approve them?
We got board, the board need to be terminated. You ever hear the board come out and say
once
anything?
the board approve a contract, the executive have to sign it.
I agree.
No, sir. The board.
Are they fire board?
So you saying that the board can approve a contract and the executive director can refuse to sign it?
No, I didn't say that, but I'm saying in the signatory, the board, like the governor, and he would be the last signature on a contract. So a commissioner signed, then the governor signed, the executive director can't sign, then the board signed or don't sign.
Okay, listen, I don't got to run, but listen.
All right, well, just close down for me.
Keep listening, because I got something else to talk about quick before I leave. I got to leave.
Okay.
All right.
I applaud Peggy for affording me the time to speak to the people, because that was not my intent. But listen to this. I does bring the truth and information to the people. Some people don't know until I get on the radio. So I want the crucial lunatic to know that I gonna continue to speak and bring pressure, so he could continue to turn on the radio every morning. He gonna hear me talking what the people don't talk and what people afraid to talk. How could my Lieutenant Governor Roach insult the people when he's saying that they're giving out tax return? It's gonna be a relief for the people. Ain't no relief, Roach. Me, you cool, you're a cool guy. I like you. I tell you, you're an honest person. Don't let people I know you're smarter than that. Ain't no relief. It's the people money that owe to them in its 2023. We in 2026. Brian said that he was gonna have it up to date. The tax return would have been up to date. He gets so far behind. He know what way he is. And ain't no relief. They gave the people the money so that they could come to Carnival and spend the money. They know we more.
Boy, they have our public education system deficient for a purpose. When people are ignorant, you can always lead them.
I
and tell
yes,
them
yes,
anything.
I agree because and we got a lot of highly people who you think educated is quite ignorant and stupid. As I tell them, I ain't gonna be number one and number two business. I know when they fly to talk. But I got these educated more highly educated people that I expect better from. And the dumb, I want to know sometime I talking to them, I got to shut up and say, don't talk to them no more. Bite your tongue, bite your lip.
Yeah, you're only wasting no time and raising your pressure for no reason.
I ain't gonna raise my pressure. I got my ears behind me than in front. And I like laying down in my hammock. Anyway, Mary, thank you for the time. It is a pleasure speaking to the people.
You cover everything?
Everything I think I've covered. Oh, one last thing I cover.
What's that?
The 12 million that the judge ordered, St. Croix Hospital. Yes, the traveling nurse is. Where we gonna get that 12 million from?
I was just going to ask you. I was just going to ask you.
That's what I tell people. I just come with facts. I don't read 12 million. The judge, he went to court, you know. He just see whatever they submit. And he only say, hey, we ain't got to go to court on this one. It's obvious right here. Pay the people them 12 million.
So what's going
Brian
happen?
had all this money during the COVID, whatever. He should have paid the people them. I thought he said he had paid them off.
Hello. Remember he said he got the half of the money he had sent to the bank out in the States.
200 and something million.
And he said he have half there that he put as a backup for the new administration. Well, then he take out the fetching money and pay everybody who need to get paid. Because the nurses need to get paid, but they got a lot of business people who have invoices that have not been paid.
Yes.
So he need to pay them.
Yeah, but they may be broke now. I remember they were just being.
How they going broke when he say he had the money?
You could say what you want. If you keep pinching it, you're gonna go. You see who calling, sir?
You're on the air. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, you're on the air.
You all forgot that Walker has wired $2.17 million.
Yes.
Fraudulent invoice.
Yeah, I know that. And Wapa buy the thing a generator up in the States. It named
that's that in storage.
It rotting up there. They never bring it down. Wapa put up some little.
No, let's talk about that.
No, I know you talk about the 2 million that went up in space. Yes. We are.
This is when they got scammed.
Yes, 2 million. Yes.
I think that they normally deal with.
Right.
And somebody sent in an invoice that mimicked that, and so they thought they were dealing with that company, so they wired them $2.17 million.
Yes,
and
that's
then
true.
he eventually found out that it wasn't the company, so that money went up its full. So
I agree.
That's the money that disappeared that they're talking about.
Oh, they ain't talking about the St. John money 2.7 then.
This is what that's the money when they say that the money disappeared in 2019. That's what they're talking about.
Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right on that.
Okay.
So then I still question whether the 2.7 for St. John went.
Well, thanks for the correction.
Thanks for the correction. Because the 2.7 for the St. John, that they got on their letterhead, that they sent a press release out on people. And I could read it. And I say, but wait. So what happened to the generator?
But here's the next question. If they canceled the deal, why? Because St. John needed generator.
You want me to show you something how they come and trick the people? You see the
letter. If you had the money and you know why was the contract canceled?
It's why they're dealing with. I'm gonna read something for the people. I tell
Well,
the people
you read it.
they gonna
read it.
play us
read
like
it and
we is
then
a
read it.
fiddle, and we are set a dumb jackass.
Well,
Here what it say here, this is one of the, I'm gonna find it. Give me a minute. Let me just look to this
no
thing.
problem. You take your time
Make
and
the
everything
transmission.
because, folks, we need to understand and we need to pay attention. Election coming up, and we need to be more analytical in our
I got it
selection of these
Because
people.
what happened? I had to go back on. I had to go back and look it up because King Lear called in on the radio station and said they didn't execute it.
But why didn't they execute it? Because St. John need the power. You know, so that is a question that one of the senators need to ask. Okay, why they didn't execute it?
He said the agreement. Here what it say here. The agreement secure WAPA a position in Wadzilla production line and provide for engineering service for the 2 units. In addition, the project includes up to 2 megawatts of battery storage. Okay, it continued there. Oh, I know where I find it, but it went. The authority also intend. Here where they come back in the same thing it said. The authority also intend to enter into a contract with Wadzilla for overall procurement and construction of the unit. When in the beginning they tell you that they enter into a contract.
Yeah.
See that clause right there? The authority also intend to enter into a contract with Wadzilla for the overall procurement and construction of the unit. When in the beginning, in the letterhead,
They said that
Ball is telling you they will enter into a contract. Ball. So who fooling who? Who is the lion? Who misinforming the public? But in the fine print in here, the authority also intend to enter into a contract with what? It tell you plain out they enter into the contract. 2.7 million meaning and WAPA letterhead. And nobody could explain this to me. No, like what you asking?
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah.
Who stopped it?
Yeah.
Wait.
Why it stopped? Because it was the need is still there up to now. So why it stopped?
Listen, these people
Yeah.
have been deceitful for years.
For decades.
Millions of dollars WAPA got.
Yeah.
Millions. Listen.
And it just pass into contractors who really ain't doing nothing but maintaining the problems.
Listen, I have a whole thing, a list of deceitful act perpetrated on us by WAPA. The first thing, the son of the side. They had the propane project for 80 million. He changed it
to
160, another 80. Which board authorized it? Where is the document? Up to today, nobody could produce the document authorizing that. Streetlight project in Christian State Town. When they put up some light on the pole that you can't see, when they turn them on, you couldn't see your foot. Hello? Smart meter, $12 million we pay. That didn't work.
Yeah.
We went back to get the meter them, new meter.
Yeah.
We ain't get no money. And no, WAPA, instead of 12, WAPA give the company 30 million.
The same company.
The same company that
had the bad
that had the bad meter, 30 million people. And then the crucial lunatic gonna say 5 shouldn't talk. And people, I could talk crucial lunatic. This is fact. 2.7 million for St. John contract. We know whether they give the money, the money went up with the little boy them up in space, or the generator them disappear. Nothing sure. Nobody could explain it. But I have the document where they say they did it. So me misleading the public. Heat recovery steam generator stay up in the States in Ratin. This is facts. They can't tell me know what I'm talking about. 2 million sent out in space what the guy just calling on. This is facts.
We need a legislature that have more teeth.
Them a clown. They keep a clown show, I call it.
People, they have the oversight jurisdiction that they don't use.
They don't know they have it.
Our legislature can take the government to court.
They don't want to do it. You're going to take your body to court? Then they keep these clown show, and after 5 o'clock they go eating drinks, and people like Mary and I gonna just start. You don't see a lot of people them too dumb, they ain't gonna say nothing. Then they had a solar project where they put the little flames thing up on the pole. I tell them in the meeting that hurricane gonna blow them up. They pay the company, I think 90% of the money. The wind blow off almost everyone. They got 1 or 2 up.
Yeah.
They ain't went back again another money. The project was never finished.
Yep.
These is documented things. Nobody ain't fighting, trying to defame nobody, lie to the people. There's a fact that the people, I know they get $16 million that they wasn't entitled to. And PSC allowed them to keep it and continue to rape the people.
And it's like it's programmed to get certain people to say, well, the best thing to do is to sell WAPA. Folks, when you sell WAPA, remember what happened with Vitelco.
Oh God, don't talk about that phone company now at all.
We paying more and we still ain't getting better. Okay? That's the same thing that will happen. It won't improve, but we'll have to pay more because it'll be a private
meaning
company.
that while you sell it, look at the people who are investing.
Okay.
They done got their group to buy it. We need to say go to hell. I hear some scumbag. I won't say what to do with them, but in the morning, we call it the extraction time. You pay them a visit. Hello, we got to be. People are saying, "Oh God, fire too radical." You can't be. Yes, as we ain't gonna get nothing done. We continue to get robbed and abused.
And we meet
every election year.
Learn from experience.
We learn it from
is right there. Vitelco is right there.
The people accept these set as clown, dummy, deceitful, conniving liars, and jump up with a t-shirt. As I said, I went to the fair and I see some people in front of them with a t-shirt on. When they get elected, they're gonna put the people in the black people who look like me in the back. And you know who going in front. They only use it for when they want to vote. That's why I tell them don't come to me.
And people, let me remind you that this governor was part of Vitelco when it went sinking. This same Albert Bryan was right there.
It was a pleasure being here. Thank you, Mary. And I read facts. So I could beat me, I could don't like me. I don't care. One thing I know, when I wake up, don't be in my bed. So I have a good day. Thanks for listening. I'm out. That's all the phone.
Good afternoon and welcome. You're on air.
Yeah, I called back. I wanted to say that Boy was underestimating the smart metering thing, but he did not. He did not underestimate. He talked about the 14 or 12 million.
12 million.
And the footage that it didn't work.
Yeah.
And then another 30 million.
Yeah, he said that.
To go back to company.
Let me just say this.
All right. Okay, fine. Thank you. No. Foy was leaving, so I was telling him thanks.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Here, Boy, we stop. Mary.
Yeah.
I, myself, and some other people that is steeped in electrical engineering. When WAPA had talked about getting smart meters, we told them they were not going to work. And they asked why. And we told them it was 3 reasons that was given. The saline air, the salt in the air in the Virgin Islands, and certain matters having to do with the temperature. And it was another thing, I'll have to go look in my notes, but it was 3 main reasons. And by Jesus Christ, they still went and bring them anyway. There's something that anyone that have a smart meter or had one will probably testify to this. Right beneath where the meter is, if it's a grassy area, the radiation or whatever is being emitted from that set smart meter, burn the soil, the grass, and everything. Nothing could grow back there. But I come Stackle Carl Knight, and I think the Crucial Miseducator show, and the two of them were just laughing and carrying on because the thing they making me look like an idiot. I give Mr. Knight his props for being a civil engineer. A civil engineer is into roads and buildings and not buildings, bridges. It has nothing to do with an electrical plant. It does nothing whatsoever. So, thankful to him. He should be thanking high heaven, thank Albert Bryan and all these dominant Democrats for gifting you a $500,000 job that you cannot handle. Am I saying that I could handle it? Yes and no. Yes, because I've done it before. No, because I need a lot of help now to bring it back from where they're there. Okay? So the thing is this, the people seem to be very fine with it. And they would want to take a black wattle stick and bust my tail rather than correct the governor and Carl Knight. I become the enemy. And I could point to everything that I have said regarding this God-forsaken thing that I'm playing the jail with. And it's fact. I have been told the devil has a friend, and I consider myself to be the devil, just like the Diablo. But I just get information from some of the very people inside that are telling them the same thing and to do X, Y, and Z, and then they'll come to me. And they are correct. We have a whistleblower, the damn near Caspian, the whistleblower in Wapa. He knows the engineering they don't, but they don't want to say nothing about the wrong they're doing. Why? Why would you continue to do this to your people? Every time running up, let me just say this and go. In this meeting they had with the Senate, like talking about getting the cable and buying it's 4 generators, 3 for St. John and 1 for St. Thomas. I don't know why, but that's what he said. My only question to Mr. Knight is, where is the money going to come from? Where is it going to come from?
I hope they're looking to take it from the 600 million that is supposed to be for the Richmond plant.
But I told you and Mario about that thing already. I told you all, and it was Trump doing. It was Trump doing the same thing because we same thing that Trump doing. The 600 million that was committed for the St. Croix South Shore plant is no longer available. I mean, they don't believe me. Well, continue to turn and look. Look for another 20 years, another 50. People will come.
Well, I would have to hear it from the one person who represents our federal contacts, who is the delegate to Congress, and I hear she said nothing.
What did you think she will tell you that?
Well, I mean, hello, it's information. If the money has been pulled back or whatever, shouldn't she tell us that? Is there transparency?
Okay, I will tell you why she ain't gonna tell you. You know what? Somebody told me, if you're talking, boom, 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 boom. The money was never available because an idiot. I can't read. I read right there. It was committed
by FEMA.
Look, of course. So you think that Barbel Donkey, well, said she running for governor now, will tell you that it slipped away from her hand? Give me a break. You all got a lot of faith. I got none.
No, it ain't about faith. It's about, like I'm saying, I expect people to perform and do their job, do perform their duties. She is a federal, she is the federal person where the territory is concerned. And if there's information from federal, I expect to hear it from her.
But Peggy, you see, expectation is one thing. Demand, we need to demand. The thing is that you ain't see how comfortable she is in picture and life, talking up with FC that before stick between the foot against the back.
Mr. Nibs, well, my expectation where that is concerned, don't extend her, because as far as I concerned, she is not on my list of consideration for the gubernator, because long time she ain't on my list for consideration for anything, because I don't put any kind of trust, confidence, or whatever in a person to be in a leadership role when they associate themselves with a pedophile of minors. Okay? So she ain't on my list. And you notice I signed it publicly. I have nothing at all to consider for Stacey Plaskett to be any governor of the territory of the Virgin Islands. And I hope that people will get their senses and realize it is not the same what she did with the others. The others, yes, they got to check that as it happens, and correct me if I'm wrong, that rich people, rich business people, that is what they usually do. They give the allowed amount in donation to elected candidates. They just spread it to every one of them. That's so?
Sure, right.
Okay? But in this case, she went to the man's house several times to beg for money. That's different. Okay? And that is where my moral line stops. Okay? I don't care how broke you is or how in need you is, you don't go associated with no pedophile of minors.
Peggy, what did she say when she finally was forced to admit what you were saying? Okay, when they want to,
no, the only way we knew that she was lying, that she went there several times, is because she took a deposition.
Well,
and she had to tell the truth in the deposition, because if she wasn't deposed, she would be lying to us up to now. And that's part of the problem with the two.
It came out in the wash.
And
then what did she say prior to that? She said to the well, why did you need money from him? She said to help rebuild the Democratic Party. I asked Carol Buck and all these other Democrats if they get money out of it. They said no. So why she would we put another people in it? She know what she did with the money. A lot of them said, well, when they pay it back, we gonna pay it back. It is the other all of them saying that kind of foolishness. The Gregory, the Fred, Gregory, the whole bunch of them. What take the man dirty money?
But they just as bad names, because out there on the fairgrounds, I identified and I saw quite a few of the leadership of our St. Croix District Democratic Party with her t-shirt.
Well, that's to tell you something.
So all of them must know where the money went.
They're gonna get their heart broken, because I have faith in and trust and confidence in the people of the Virgin Islands. And I don't care what mistakes have been made in the past. Now that all the dirtiness have come to the fore, that they will put the life of this Gregory lady or this Stacey Plaskett because they want to be the first woman. That's all. You want to be governor to be the first woman with a dirty background. Give me a break. They ain't gonna like me. Peggy, maybe they'll forgive you. but they never forgive me because I am not going to stop calling out and to include this one was that she got me in court, this Fusion educator. I've been in court many times. I hope she got money. I hope she have money. I know she ain't got none. So don't take me to court and don't think I ain't gonna sue you.
Mr. Nibbs,
Begging it has to
just
stop.
for clarity, Mr. Nibbs, were you served with any legal papers?
I wasn't served with anything. She just running
Okay.
her mouth out.
Well, then do me a favor. Well, do me a favor, please. Don't repeat that again, because if something isn't factual, I ain't, especially with that particular part, I ain't in it. So just do me a favor. Don't even mention that there. I don't even mention that name here.
Okay. No, but I mean the reason I do it, Peggy, and I tell a lot of people tell me you do. Leave she alone and they tell me she's drunk, she's crazy. I don't
No. I don't tell you. I don't tell you leave Shannon. What I just tell you is don't bring she to my program. I don't need
Okay.
because I tell people they play now. I see it as the miseducator. Okay? And I am not with miseducation. I am not with people who want to promote that they do a unity, but at the same time, they bring in the division by bringing the controversial subject matters to the forefront. I see through that all the time, and I ain't want no part of that. And people need to understand it's a bunch of lying good for nothing they got there who are just supporting the corruption in a devious way.
I agree with you, but let me go by saying this. I am sad, and I told your brother Mario this. Somehow she get him to that she would call his station and try to correct things that she took. I know exactly what this woman told me. I have a tape, and the thing she told me about Mario and other people, and she comes, I didn't say so. And they don't like me. But you got he took.
Hello, let me correct that because I know my brother very well. Why? Because she calls his program and she allowed to talk. He is not in any way do. Okay. He knows exactly what is going and he remembers. He remembers what she said that years ago on the other station what she told him.
Okay.
So take my word, he ain't do patal.
Okay, fine. Forget that. Mario, you're not do. But then she's highly hypocritical, not hypocritical. Hypocritical. Okay? Because how could you say what? I mean, I told her that she would go and try to change anything. She told me a very personal thing. I have. I'm dead.
Well, hey.
Just because she didn't say so. Because some people were trying me when I said, she right, give the girl a break.
Do remember that sometimes when you give people rope, all they do is hang themselves.
Well, that's good too, and I want that to happen. But I said I was going to say now. I need to go, but I asked Mario, how is it that you, and she does it with every talk show she calls. She goes from something that they keep telling her that she wouldn't stop. I blocked 17 minutes. Mario had her on and I'm waiting, but when I get done, he rushes me off. Why? What can she say so good to help anything? That's why I say you want to. But take it back. Mario, you want to. So stop her with her nonsense. Becky, you got upstairs.
Thank you much, and you be safe up there. Take care.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Yes, folks. My brother definitely is not dupe. There hasn't been anybody that could dupe a Mohead. Okay? And yes, I think myself from my back with my family name, but that is how it's been. Okay, folks, we're coming down. It's just a few minutes left. Let me make sure and remind you that the announcements I made next Thursday. Okay, at 9:30, you have the GERS trustees board meeting, and do remember the very first thing on the agenda is comments from retirees. Okay, so, and I always encourage retirees, if you have a problem, you have a concern, you've dealt with it through the regular process, and you're not satisfied, as long as you don't really make it personal, deal with it on an objective level, I encourage people to go and take that opportunity to address the board about the concern. The board has since even made the second item for present employees of the GRS system to be able to comment. So I encourage everyone to take opportunities when someone gives you the opportunity to speak, to address them. Definitely, you should do it. Okay. I don't know if it will change, but so far there is a scheduled board of elections meeting for that same day next week, Thursday. Okay. I believe their meeting is usually at 10 o'clock. They no time because no announcement has been made, but I did get um, an indication from a couple members that they were looking, the leadership was looking at that next Thursday to have a meeting. Whether it will remain or they will change, I don't know because it's games that are being played with the Board of Election. And let me point out while I'm on it, the petition papers, the nomination petition papers are being distributed now. If you're looking to run for any elected position whatsoever, this is the time to go in to the election office on St. Croix or St. Thomas, depending on what district you reside in, to collect your nomination petition paper so that you can begin getting your signatures Sunday. Yes, you can go and get the papers now, but you cannot begin to get signatures until Sunday. But I am encouraging, please, folks, please, please, please. I want some candidates out there for the positions of Board of Education and Board of Elections. Many times we say that things don't change, everything stays the same. Well, it's not going to change if we keep the same players in the game. Okay? And when I say that, I'm also referring to delegate to Congress and the legislature. Okay? So, folks, the 18 to 30, that is the age group that the election system has pointed out is not registering, is not voting, and they are the ones that complaining that things aren't happening for them. Well, go register and vote. Good afternoon, you're on the air.
Good
Hello?
afternoon, is this Miss Peggy Moorhead?
Yes,
How are you doing?
I am blessed. Welcome.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I was listening to Mr. Nibs just now, right?
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna bring down nobody, right? But that female individual,
Mm-hmm.
she gonna say he crazy, man.
Well, it looks so. She died in the head.
Because what I noticed too, right? Anytime that individual comes and hear everybody's up and wrong and everybody don't have no proof and everybody saying things that ain't true and she just deal with the facts, right?
Yeah.
But everything she said, most of the time is not the truth either.
And she claims to be the uniter, to bring unity. But as I tell people, how do you bring unity with the introduction of the most controversial subject matters.
Yeah. And to me, she's not a uniter. To me, she's a controller.
I'm waiting for it to know because every election, Pedro, not to continue off, every election, she is the one that introduces the ban here subject. Every election. I'm waiting for her.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Yep, she does it every election. I had somebody call and tell me they haven't noticed that.
I don't sit back and laugh. I don't take it all like Mr. This, but I don't know. It's only her opinion and her facts matter. And she keeps saying everybody entitled to their opinion. But yet when people speak their mind and give their opinion, she trying to correct them.
Yeah.
I don't like that. Because the same way you have your opinion and your belief, other people got a right to.
Yeah.
We don't get people for not voting, for not doing it. We try to encourage them to vote, but even if they vote or decide not to vote, that's still their right.
Exactly. It is.
And we don't miss that part. We try to encourage them.
Yep.
But we don't beat them up for not voting.
And that is why I'm telling
that's what they decide to do.
And that's why I'm trying to encourage them 18 to 30-year-old, because I tell them if the majority of you register and vote, you will change everything across the board on this ballot. They got the power.
I know that. Go ahead.
Okay. They got the power. The 18 to 30 is the highest in number right now. Where, Papi? I mean, hey, we the baby boomers that dying off, but the little bit of us that are left, we always consistently go to vote. And bad thing is,
we always have the power, but I don't know how we're doing it.
Well, because the bad thing is,
we complain, and like your brother said, things good. We got to be good because we keep doing the same thing.
Yeah.
I don't understand that. I like to tell people, if you try something and it ain't work, why will you keep doing it?
Thank you.
You take the next level, go to something else. Find something that works. I notice if somebody calls in with an opinion of, let's say the island, Frederick said might be dirty, or they could clean up this, or they could fix that building, I guarantee you the next call on the radio will be telling the people why we being so negative and the place saying that bad to her is paradise. Yeah, but we still got things, a lot of things we need to do.
Hello. Frederickson have never been some. Pedro, you know Frederickson have never been so dirty as they've been in these past 8 years.
So I hate to say, but India,
well, hopefully, we get a leadership that has a commitment to the people instead of a commitment to self.
I don't tell people that to that's who don't care. My check mark them or my ballot vote, and I don't go there and for the vote no sign, and me and you cool and we cousins, so that don't work with me.
Yeah. The word is that the man still intend to get erased before he leave, or no?
Say that again?
The word is that the governor intend to get his raise before he leave.
I wouldn't be surprised if they don't have it ready to go and they're going to stamp it and send it. I won't be surprised. Because he's doing favors for somebody others too. That's what they're going to do behind things. And at the last minute, they'll hit your bar when it's too late when you can't do nothing.
Well, that is why I tell people, stop with the democratic dominance. Look at the independence first. That's why you make your selection. Let me stop with this guy.
I don't follow them 365 days.
People are want to tell me, well, how you know the better? Well, the point is, hello, we've been gambling for the past 22 decades. Well, keep gambling, no? But gamble a different way.
I was about to say that. And the fact is, we don't know the better or not, but we know what we getting here got to go.
Yeah. So,
we know that.
So let me try.
And again, you can't keep doing the same thing. Here when some of them to tell me,
Well,
Yeah, but you will vote for them because who you gonna put in? That makes sense to you?
hey.
No. Anyhow, I can also tell you that that's the controller because everything always wrong and apparently they're the only one we know about everything and how things and what it lies and they said to me, some of them think she the court is pure nonsense. So again, the meeting like this give me no ripples at my brain. Tell me don't get no heart attack either. I hear you, I just know. And what you say, you going to court?
Yeah.
Look, this moment you have a nice day. I just wanted to get up piece because from this morning I was so Chicago 3 times trying to correct what people had to say. The people have opinion, but you want to correct it. I can't understand you. Right?
All right, dear. Well, thanks for helping me close off.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, take care. And folks, yes, it is that time. Matter of fact, we went over a little bit, but thanks for listening in. Thanks for those of you. Yes, I know you always listen, although you don't call. But we're getting down to the point where it become important that all of us must have a voice. But make sure, folks, get out there. Look at these people who are coming to ask you to sign their papers. That's a good time to ask them what their positions are. And folks, make sure they have education included. If they have education included, hello, don't put them on your list of consideration. But thank you much for listening. We will definitely see you next week. By the way, next week, the Senator Kurt Viale, as long as nothing comes up in the legislature on the schedule, he has committed to being here with me for the full program next Wednesday. So let's hope for that. We will get an update on different things. Thank you much. Have a safe weekend. I just got up because I don't know what happened.
Oh,